You are held. Right now, in this moment, there is nothing you need to carry. The bed beneath you is doing all the work. Every ounce of your weight is already being supported without your permission, without your effort, without your awareness even being necessary. Tonight is not about solving anything or reaching anywhere or becoming someone different. Tonight is simply about letting the day fall away from you, the way leaves fall from trees in autumn, naturally, inevitably, without resistance. You don't have to try to sleep. You don't have to try to relax. You only have to stop holding yourself up in all the invisible ways you've been holding yourself up since the moment you opened your eyes this morning. The universe is vast and quiet around you, humming with a frequency so low and so steady that it feels less like sound and more like the baseline of existence itself. Imagine that hum now, not as something you hear, but as something you feel in your bones, in the spaces between your cells, in the quiet chambers of your heart. It's the same hum that moves through distant nebulae where stars are born in silence, where clouds of cosmic dust drift for millennia without destination or urgency. That same patience, that same timelessness is available to you right now. You're floating in a pocket of the universe where nothing is required of you. No performance, no vigilance, no control. This is a space where you're allowed to be formless, weightless, completely and utterly yourself without the armor you've been wearing. Let your eyes close if they haven't already. Let them close the way curtains close at the end of a long performance, gently, with relief, with the satisfaction of a task completed. Feel the small muscles around your eyes release their tension. You've been focusing all day, adjusting and concentrating and tracking information across screens and faces and landscapes. Those muscles have been working without rest. Now they can stop. Let your eyelids become heavy, so heavy that the thought of opening them again feels as distant as a memory from childhood. There's a particular kind of darkness behind closed eyes that isn't frightening or empty. It's soft, it's dense, it's full of potential rest. Let yourself sink into that darkness now. Let it become your whole world. Bring your attention to your breath, but don't change it. Don't improve it or deepen it or slow it down with effort. Simply notice it as it is. The breath has been breathing you all day without your management, and it will continue breathing you all night while you sleep. It is the most faithful companion you have, more reliable than any promise, more constant than any presence. Feel the coolness of air as it enters your nostrils, the slight pause at the top of the inhale, and then the warm release as the breath flows back out. That exhale, that's where the magic lives. Every exhale is a small act of letting go, a miniature surrender, a tiny permission slip your body, writes to itself saying, you can release now, you can soften now, you can stop bracing now. Notice where your body makes contact with the surface beneath you. Your head, heavy against the pillow. The weight of it might surprise you. The human head weighs as much as a bowling ball, and you've been balancing it on your neck all day like some extraordinary feat of engineering. But now the pillow is holding it for you. You don't have to hold your head up anymore. Let it sink deeper into that support. Feel the back of your skull, the curve of your neck, the way gravity is doing its gentle work without asking for permission. Your shoulders now, are they touching the mattress? If not, why not? What are you holding them up for? There's no audience here, no one to impress. Let your shoulders drop, let them spread, let them become heavy and dull and completely uninteresting. Your upper back, your mid-back, your lower back. Trace the line of your spine and notice where it meets the surface supporting you. Some parts might be touching fully while others hover in space, held by muscles that forgot they were allowed to rest. Wherever there's contact, let the weight increase. Wherever there's hovering, invite the body to close the gap, to trust the support that's waiting. Your hips, heavy and wide, sinking down. Your thighs, solid and dense, releasing into gravity's pull. Your calves, your ankles, your feet. All of it being held, all of it being carried, all of it supported without your help. There's a particular kind of holding that happens in the jaw, so common that you might not even notice it anymore. The jaw is where we store our unsaid words, our swallowed frustrations, our clenched determinations. Feel your teeth now. Are they touching? If they are, let them part slightly. Let there be space between your upper and lower teeth, just a millimetre or two of separation. Feel how the muscles around your jaw immediately soften when you do this, how the tension drains from your temples, how your whole face seems to exhale with relief. Your tongue, thick and heavy in your mouth, can rest on the floor of your mouth like a sleeping animal. It doesn't need to press against anything. It doesn't need to be ready for speech. It can simply exist, soft and still. The hands often hold tension without our knowing, curled into loose fists or held stiffly open as if ready to catch something falling. Let your hands unfurl now like flowers opening in slow motion. Let your fingers lengthen and separate slightly, palms facing whatever direction feels natural. Feel the tiny bones in your hands, the delicate architecture that allows for such precise movement, now completely at rest. Your wrists, those complex hinges, can go soft. Your forearms can become heavy. Your elbows can unlock and settle. The whole structure of your arms can return to a state of absolute neutrality, requiring nothing, accomplishing nothing, simply being. And your belly. This is often the last place. We allow to soften because it feels vulnerable to release the muscles there, to let the belly rise and fall without control. But your belly is not on display right now. No one is watching, no one is judging. You can let it be round and soft and completely relaxed. Feel it rise with the inhale like a gentle wave swelling, then feel it fall with the exhale like that same wave returning to the sea. This is the breath you breathed when you were an infant, before you learned to hold yourself in, before you learned to make yourself smaller. This is the breath that knows how to restore you. Let it do its work. As your body grows heavier, as the points of contact with the bed become more pronounced, you might notice a subtle shift in your awareness. The room around you, its walls, its corners, its familiar objects, begins to feel less fixed, less solid. Not in a disorienting way, but in a way that suggests expansion, spaciousness, as if the room itself is exhaling and becoming larger. This is the beginning of the nebula's presence, though it doesn't announce itself dramatically. It's more like a gradual dimming of boundaries, a softening of edges, as if the air has become thicker with possibility, denser with calm. Imagine now that the darkness around you is not empty but full of the finest particles of light, so small and so distant that they don't shine brightly but rather glow with the faintest suggestion of luminescence. This is stardust, ancient and patient, drifting through the space around your bed like pollen drifts through summer air. You cannot see it with your eyes closed, but you can sense it, the way you can sense someone standing behind you, even when you cannot see them. The stardust moves in slow currents, eddies of cosmic matter that swirl without purpose, without destination, held in a vast suspension that has no beginning and no end. These particles are older than memory, older than language, older than the concept of time itself. They were forged in the hearts of stars billions of years ago, released into space when those stars died, and they've been travelling ever since, through galaxies and nebulae, past planets and moons, carried by stellar winds and gravitational tides, until somehow, impossibly, they found their way here, to this room, to this moment, to you. And they don't ask anything of you. They don't need you to understand them or honour them, or even acknowledge them. They simply surround you with their ancient, patient presence, and in their presence you are held by something far older and far vaster than your worries. The air in the room seems to shimmer now, though your eyes are closed and you cannot see. It's a shimmer you feel on your skin, a subtle tingling or maybe just the absence of the day's friction. Your skin is the boundary between your body and the world, and it has been defending that boundary all day, against temperature, against touch, against the constant input of sensation. But now the boundary can soften. Now your skin can become more like a membrane than a wall, permeable and receptive. The stardust touches your skin so lightly that it's almost not touch at all, more like the memory of touch, the idea of touch, a whisper against your cheek, your arms, your legs. And as the boundary softens, as your skin becomes less of a barrier, you might notice that the distinction between where your body ends and the room begins grows less certain. Not in a way that threatens your sense of self, but in a way that offers relief. Because the self you've been holding so tightly all day, the self that needs to respond and perform and maintain and manage, that self requires constant energy to sustain. It's like holding a pose for hours. Eventually the muscles tremble with effort. But here, in this nebula of stardust and silence, you can let that pose dissolve. You can let the edges of yourself blur just enough that the burden of maintaining them lifts. Your breath continues, steady and slow, and with each exhale you might imagine that you're releasing not just air, but also the accumulated weight of the day. The conversations that took more than they gave, the decisions that felt too heavy, the moments when you had to be strong even though you felt tired, the times when you smiled even though you wanted to cry. All of that can leave your body now on the breath. It doesn't need to be named or processed or understood. It can simply flow out of you the way water flows out of a pitcher, naturally and completely, leaving you more empty and therefore more open to rest. The nebula around you is not a thing you need to picture clearly. It's not a specific shape or colour. It's more of a feeling, a quality of spaciousness and gentleness that has replaced the ordinary density of your room. If you were to reach out your hand, which you don't need to do, you would feel not the hard edge of a wall, but rather layers of softness, clouds within clouds, each one more yielding than the last. This is a place where falling is impossible because there is no up or down, only a perfect suspension, a weightlessness that holds you without effort. Think of the way water holds a person who floats on their back in a calm lake. The water doesn't have to try to support you. Support is simply what water does. It is the nature of water to hold what floats upon it. The nebula is like this. It is the nature of this cosmic space to hold you, to surround you, to remove from you the burden of holding yourself together. And just as a person floating in water eventually stops thinking about floating and simply floats, you can stop thinking about relaxing and simply relax. The doing of it can give way to the being of it. Your thoughts, which have been racing or churning or simply buzzing with the static of mental activity, can begin to slow now. Thoughts are not the enemy. They are not wrong or bad. They are simply phenomena, like clouds passing across the sky. But in this nebula, in this stardust-filled space, the sky is so vast that even the largest thought cloud seems small and distant. A thought arises, perhaps something you need to remember tomorrow, or a moment from today that didn't resolve the way you wanted. And instead of grabbing onto it, instead of following it down the familiar pathways of worry or planning or regret, you can simply watch it drift by. It comes, it exists for a moment, and then it fades into the vastness. Another thought will come, and it too will fade. This is the rhythm of a mind releasing its grip. You don't have to stop thinking. That's not possible, and trying to stop thinking only creates more tension. Instead, you can change your relationship to thought. Instead of being the thinker, you can become the space in which thinking happens. Instead of identifying with each thought as mine, you can recognize them as events occurring in the vast space of your awareness, small signals from far away that don't require a response. The nebula teaches this. In the nebula, everything moves slowly. Nothing collides, nothing demands immediate attention. There is only drift and suspension, and the gentle pressure of cosmic dust that has been drifting for eons and will drift for eons more. As you continue to breathe, as your body continues to sink into the support beneath you, you might notice a sensation of temperature. Not hot or cold exactly, but a gentle warmth that seems to come from the stardust itself, as if each particle carries within it the memory of the star where it was born. That warmth spreads across your skin like sunlight through closed curtains, diffuse and kind. It soaks into your muscles, and where there is tightness, the warmth loosens it. Where there is aching, the warmth soothes it. This is not the harsh heat of afternoon sun, but the tender warmth of a banked fire, glowing embers that offer comfort without brightness. Your shoulders, which have been carrying so much, not just the physical weight of your arms, but the metaphorical weight of responsibility, of expectation, of the need to keep going, can finally let that weight slide away. Imagine the tension in your shoulders as a heavy coat you've been wearing, and now you can shrug it off and let it fall to the floor. Feel the immediate relief in your upper back, in your neck, in the base of your skull. Feel how your shoulders can drop another inch, maybe two, settling into a position they rarely find during waking hours. There's a particular kind of ache that comes from holding yourself in readiness all day, and that ache can dissolve now in the warmth of the stardust, can melt away like frost in morning sun. Your hips, those large joints that bear so much of your body's weight when you stand and walk, can unlock now. There's often a gripping in the hips, a tightness in the muscles that wrap around the pelvis, as if you've been bracing for impact or holding yourself against some invisible force, but there's nothing to brace against here. The stardust offers no resistance. It only yields, only accepts, only holds. Let your legs roll slightly outward if that feels natural. Let your knees unlock. Let your feet fall to the sides like books on a shelf, toppling in slow motion. The whole lower half of your body can become heavy and dull and wonderfully unimportant. Even your face, which has been expressing and managing and composing itself all day, can finally go neutral. The forehead can smooth, releasing the furrows between your brows where concentration lives. The muscles around your eyes can soften even further, letting go of any last vigilance. Your cheeks can grow heavy. Your lips can part slightly if that feels more comfortable, or they can rest together without pressure. Your face has worked so hard today to show the world what you want it to see, to hide what you need to hide, to negotiate the complex social dance of expression and response. But there's no one watching now. Your face can return to its most basic self, the face you wore before you learned to perform, the face that knows only rest. In this deepening state of release, you might become aware of a phenomenon that happens at the border between waking and sleeping, a kind of drift, a gentle pulling away from the sharp edges of conscious thought. It's as if your mind is a boat that's been tied to a dock all day, and now the rope is loosening and the boat is beginning to float free, still within sight of shore but no longer tethered. This is not something to resist. This is not a loss of control but a release from the burden of control. Control requires constant energy, constant vigilance. But here in the nebula, surrounded by stardust that has been drifting uncontrolled for billions of years, you can discover that lack of control is not dangerous. It is the most natural state of all. The sounds around you, if there are any, the hum of a distant traffic, the settling of the house, the whisper of air moving through vents, become part of the soundscape of the nebula. They don't intrude. They simply exist as part of the texture of this cosmic space. Even silence, if that's what surrounds you, is not empty but full of the quiet hum of existence itself, the baseline frequency that underlies all sound. You're swimming in that frequency now, immersed in it, held by it. It moves through your body like a gentle current, massaging your organs, vibrating through your bones, reminding every cell that it is safe to power down, safe to repair, safe to rest. Your heart, which has been beating steadily since before you were born, can slow its pace now. You don't control this. The heart knows its own rhythms, but as you relax more deeply, as the demands on your body decrease, your heart naturally slows, naturally eases its effort. Each beat becomes a little fuller, a little calmer. The blood flowing through your veins carries with it the oxygen and nutrients your cells need to repair themselves, and in this state of deep relaxation, that repair work can happen more efficiently. Your body is a miraculous system of regeneration, constantly rebuilding itself, constantly healing small damages, constantly maintaining the complex balance that keeps you alive. But it does its best work when you're not interfering, when you're not making demands, when you're simply allowing it to do what it knows how to do. Imagine now that you're not lying on a bed but floating in the heart of a nebula, suspended in a cloud of stardust that extends for light years in every direction. This is not outer space as you might imagine it, cold and hostile and empty. This is a warm pocket of the universe, a nursery where new stars will eventually be born, but for now it is simply a vast expanse of gentle, luminous matter drifting in the dark. You are weightless here. Gravity has released its hold on you. Every part of your body floats freely, and yet you feel completely supported, as if the stardust itself is holding you from all sides at once, cradling you the way water cradles someone floating in the ocean. There is no up or down in this space. There is no north or south. There is only the infinite expanse of the nebula, and you at its centre, held perfectly in balance. If a thought arises, about tomorrow, about yesterday, about anything at all, it doesn't anchor you or pull you back toward waking. It simply drifts through your awareness like a piece of stardust drifting through the nebula, present for a moment and then gone, dissolved into the vastness. You don't need to do anything with your thoughts. You don't need to solve them or finish them or even understand them. They are just phenomena, just events, just small disturbances on the surface of a very deep peace. Your breath has become so slow and so subtle that you barely notice it anymore. It's like the breath of someone who has been sleeping for hours, effortless and automatic. The inhale comes when it wants to come. The exhale leaves when it's ready to leave. There's no forcing, no managing, no trying. Your body breathes itself, and you are simply the space in which that breathing happens. This is the breath of absolute trust, the breath of someone who has let go of the need to control even the most basic functions. As you float in this stardust suspension, you might notice that your sense of your own body begins to change. Not in an alarming way, but in a way that feels like expansion, like dissolving, like the boundaries that usually define where you end and the world begins have become less solid. Your hand is still your hand, your leg is still your leg, but they feel less dense, less heavy, less separate from the stardust around you. It's as if your body is made of the same substance as the nebula, as if you are not in the stardust but of it, part of the same cosmic fabric that extends across the universe. This is not a loss of self. This is a return to a larger self, a self that existed before you, learned your name before you learned what you were supposed to be, before you took on all the roles and responsibilities that now define your days. This is the self that is simply awareness, simply presence, simply the experiencing of experience without the need to label it or manage it or turn it into a story. And this self is vast. This self has no edges. This self cannot be threatened or diminished because it was never small to begin with. In this state, worries that seemed so important just hours ago reveal themselves as small and distant. The thing you were anxious about, the problem you couldn't solve, the interaction that left you feeling uncertain, all of it is still there in the sense that it hasn't been erased, but it's no longer pressing against you. It's like looking at a mountain from a great distance. The mountain is still massive, but from far away it seems small, manageable, part of a larger landscape. And here in the nebula, surrounded by stardust that has travelled across the galaxy, your human concerns find their proper proportion. They are not nothing. They are just not everything. Time itself seems to have changed its nature. In waking life, time is a pressure, a demand, a limited resource that you must manage carefully. But here in the nebula, time moves the way it moves in dreams. Fluid, non-linear, untrustworthy in the best possible way. A moment can stretch out forever. An hour can pass in an instant. Or perhaps it's more accurate to say that time simply stops being relevant. There is only now, and now is not a point on a timeline, but an infinite expanse that contains everything. You're not waiting for sleep. You're not trying to get somewhere. You're simply here, held in the eternal present of the nebula, where nothing is rushing toward you and nothing is slipping away. Your entire body feels as if it's made of warm sand now, each grain separate but part of a larger whole, capable of shifting and flowing without effort. There's a heaviness to sand, but also a softness, a willingness to take whatever shape the container provides. Your body has become like this, heavy and soft and completely yielding to the support beneath you. If someone were to try to lift your arm right now, it would be dead weight, utterly relaxed, offering no assistance. This is the quality of release you're experiencing, a release so complete that even the smallest muscles have given up their vigilance. The stardust continues to move around you in slow currents, and you move with it, or perhaps you are it, or perhaps the distinction no longer matters. There's a rhythm to the movement, not a rhythm you can measure or count, but one you can feel in your bones, in your blood, in the deepest parts of yourself. It's the rhythm of the universe expanding and contracting, the rhythm of stellar winds and gravitational fields, the rhythm that was present at the beginning of everything and will be present at the end. And you are part of that rhythm. You have always been part of it. You just forgot for a while, distracted by the small rhythms of human time, the ticking of clocks and the ringing of alarms and the march of obligations. But here, now, you remember the larger rhythm and you surrender to it. Surrender is not defeat. Surrender is not giving up. Surrender is the recognition that some things don't need your effort. Some things happen better when you stop trying to make them happen. Sleep is one of those things. You cannot force yourself to sleep. You can only create the conditions for sleep and then get out of the way. And you have created those conditions. You've released your body, quieted your mind, allowed yourself to float in this stardust nebula where nothing is demanded of you. Now the only thing left to do is nothing, to simply be, to allow the natural progression from waking to sleeping to unfold without your interference. There's a particular kind of peace that comes when you stop fighting, not fighting an enemy, but fighting yourself, fighting your own tiredness, fighting the need to rest. All day you've been pushing through, keeping going, staying alert, and there's nobility in that effort. But the nobility of rest is greater. Rest is where healing happens. Rest is where the body repairs tissue, and the mind consolidates memory and the spirit recovers its strength. Rest is not laziness or weakness. Rest is the foundation of all vitality, all creativity, all capacity for joy. And you are entering rest now, deep rest. The kind of rest that reaches down into your cells and tells them they can finally stop defending and start repairing. The darkness behind your closed eyes has taken on a different quality now. It's not just absence of light, but presence of peace. It's a darkness that holds you, a darkness that welcomes you, a darkness that knows you by name even though no names are needed here. This is the darkness of the womb, of the earth, of the space between stars. A darkness that is not empty, but full. Not frightening, but comforting. Not the end of something, but the beginning of everything. In this darkness, you can finally let go of the need to see, the need to understand, the need to know what comes next. You can trust the darkness to hold you while you sleep, to keep you safe while you're vulnerable, to return you to morning refreshed and restored. Your breath is so quiet now that if someone were watching you, they might lean close to make sure you are still breathing. But you are. Your body is doing exactly what it needs to do, maintaining the essential functions while everything else powers down. Your brain waves are slowing, moving from the rapid beta waves of active thought to the slower alpha waves of relaxation, and soon to the even slower theta waves that mark the transition into sleep. You don't need to know this is happening. You don't need to monitor it or help it along. It's happening naturally, the way water flows downhill, the way leaves fall in autumn, the way stars form in nebulae over millions of years. Any remaining tension in your body, a last bit of tightness in your lower back, a faint clench in your abdomen, a slight rigidity in your ankles, can dissolve now like sugar dissolving in warm water. It doesn't disappear instantly. It takes a moment for the molecules to separate, for the solid to become liquid, for the resistance to become flow. But once the process starts, it's inevitable. The tension melts, the muscles soften, the holding releases, and what's left is just your body in its most basic state, doing the simple work of being alive, breathing and beating and resting, nothing more. The nebula has become everything now, not just around you, but through you, within you. You're not separate from it. You're a temporary coalescence of stardust, molecules that came together for a brief time to form this body, this mind, this sense of self, and someday those molecules will drift apart again and return to the cosmic dance. But tonight, in this moment, they are arranged in the pattern called you, and that pattern is being held so gently by the universe, so completely supported by this bed, this room, this pocket of space and time where you're allowed to rest. Sleep is coming now. You can feel it at the edges of your awareness, not as a force pushing in, but as a tide rising, gentle and inevitable. It will reach you in its own time. You don't need to go to it. You don't need to chase it or invite it or prepare for it. You simply need to stop resisting it. Stop holding yourself in waking. Stop maintaining the small tensions that keep consciousness active. And you have already stopped. You let go minutes ago, or maybe hours ago. Time has become meaningless here in the nebula, where everything drifts without urgency. Your thoughts, if they still arise, are like echoes now, faint and distant. Someone calling from far away, and you cannot quite make out the words, and you don't need to. The words were never that important anyway. It was always just noise, just static, just the mind's habit of filling silence with sound. But the silence is not empty. The silence is full of the hum of the nebula, the frequency of stardust, the baseline of existence, and in that fullness there is nothing missing, nothing needed, nothing left undone. You are whole, you are complete, you are exactly where you need to be. The day is over. It was what it was. Some parts easy, some parts hard, some parts joyful, some parts difficult. But it is finished now, and you do not need to carry it into sleep. You can set it down the way you might set down a heavy bag after a long journey, with relief and gratitude and the knowledge that you did what you could. Tomorrow will have its own weight to carry, but that is tomorrow's concern. Tonight you are free. Tonight you are held. Tonight you are suspended in stardust and silence and the deepest peace you have ever known. The threshold is here. You can feel it, that imperceptible edge between waking and sleeping. between consciousness and dreams, between day and night. It's not a cliff you fall off, but a bank you slide down, so gradually that you cannot say when you stopped being awake and started being asleep, and it doesn't matter. The transition is happening whether you notice it or not, your brain slipping into the rhythms of sleep, your body entering the first stages of true rest, your awareness dissolving like mist in morning sun. Let yourself go now. Let yourself sink. Let yourself drift. The nebula holds you. The stardust surrounds you. The darkness cradles you. You are safe. You are supported. You are exactly where you belong. There is nothing to fear in the night. There is only rest and renewal and the gentle work of restoration that happens when you finally let go. Your body knows what to do. Your mind knows what to do. The universe knows what to do. And you don't need to help. You don't need to manage. You don't need to stay aware. You can sleep now. Deep sleep. Restorative sleep. The kind of sleep where dreams are soft and strange and barely remembered, where hours pass in what feels like moments, where the body does its secret work of healing and the mind processes and sorts and stores and releases. This is the sleep that will return you to yourself. This is the sleep that will restore your energy, sharpen your focus, lift your mood, strengthen your immune system, repair your tissues, consolidate your memories, and prepare you for whatever tomorrow brings. This is the sleep your body has been craving, and now it can finally have it. The stardust glows faintly in the darkness, particles of ancient light swirling in slow motion, and you are part of that swirl now. Another mote of consciousness suspended in the vastness, another temporary form that will dissolve and reform and dissolve again in the endless cycle of creation and destruction that is the universe's only constant. But for now, for tonight, for these precious hours of darkness, you are held. You are safe. You are sleeping. The nebula embraces you. The cosmos welcomes you. And in the deepest part of yourself, in the place that has no name and needs no words, you finally surrender completely to the beautiful, necessary oblivion of sleep. The stardust glows faintly in the darkness, particles of ancient light swirling in slow motion, and you are part of that swirl now, another mote of consciousness suspended in the vastness, another temporary form that will dissolve and reform and dissolve again in the endless cycle of creation and destruction that is the universe's only constant. But for now, for tonight, for these precious hours of darkness, you are held. You are safe. You are sleeping. The nebula embraces you. The cosmos welcomes you. And in the deepest part of yourself, in the place that has no name and needs no words, you finally surrender completely to the beautiful, necessary oblivion of sleep. And yet, even as consciousness fades, even as you slip beneath the surface of waking awareness, there remains a gentle current of knowing, a dim recognition that you're still here, still present, though in a way that requires no effort and no attention. It's like being aware of a dream while dreaming it, but softer than that, less defined. You are neither fully asleep nor fully awake, but suspended in the liminal space between them, floating in the borderlands where the rules of waking life no longer apply and the depths of sleep have not yet claimed you fully. This is the place where transformation happens, where the day's accumulated tensions finally release their deepest holds, where the psyche begins its nightly work of integration and release. Your body has entered a state of profound stillness. If you could observe yourself from outside, you would see a form so relaxed it appears almost lifeless, muscles completely slack, breathing barely perceptible, the only movement the gentle rise and fall of your chest and the slow pulse at your throat. But inside this stillness, there is tremendous activity. Not the frenetic activity of waking hours, but the slow, purposeful activity of restoration. Your cells are repairing damage accumulated throughout the day. Your immune system is ramping up its production of protective compounds. Your brain is beginning to sort through the day's experiences, deciding what to keep and what to discard, weaving important memories into long-term storage while letting trivial details fade into oblivion. The nebula around you seems to pulse now with a rhythm that matches your heartbeat. Or perhaps your heartbeat has synchronized with the nebula. It's impossible to say which is leading and which is following. The stardust moves in waves, gentle undulations that wash over you and through you, each wave carrying away another layer of the day's residue. The frustration you felt in that difficult conversation, gone with one wave. The anxiety about tomorrow's responsibilities, dissolved by the next. The vague sense of inadequacy that has been your quiet companion for so long, released into the vastness where it becomes just another particle among trillions, indistinguishable from the rest. There is a quality to this darkness that feels ancient, as if you have tapped into something that predates human consciousness, predates life itself. This is the darkness that existed before the first stars ignited, the darkness that filled the universe when everything was potential and nothing was yet manifest. It is not the darkness of absence, but the darkness of possibility, the fertile void from which all things emerge and to which all things return. And in this darkness, you are not lost. You are found. You are returned to your origin, to the source, to the beginning that has no beginning. Your sense of time has completely dissolved now. Minutes could be hours. Hours could be seconds. The usual markers by which you orient yourself in temporal space have vanished, and without them, you drift in an eternal present that is both infinitely long and instantaneously brief. Part of you knows that morning will come, that you will wake, that the world will reassert itself with its demands and schedules and urgencies, but that knowing is so distant, so abstract, that it might as well be knowledge about some other person in some other life. Here, now, in this moment that contains all moments, there is no morning, no waking, no world beyond the warm darkness of the nebula and the gentle pressure of stardust against your dissolving boundaries. If thoughts still arise, and they do, occasionally, like fish breaking the surface of a still pond, they have lost their usual insistence. A thought appears, something about work perhaps, or a relationship, or a task left undone. But instead of hooking into your attention and pulling you toward waking concern, it simply floats there for a moment, observed but not engaged, acknowledged but not amplified. And then it sinks back into the depths, leaving barely a ripple on the surface of your awareness. Another thought rises, something about the past, a memory triggered by some mysterious association your sleeping brain has made. But it too lacks the emotional charge it might carry in waking hours. It's just information, just imagery, just the mind's continuous processing of experience, and it doesn't require your participation. The deeper you sink into this state, the more you become aware of layers within yourself that are usually hidden beneath the noise of daily consciousness. There is a part of you that is always tired, always carrying the accumulated exhaustion of years of pushing through, years of doing what needs to be done regardless of how you feel. That part is finally being heard now, finally being honoured. The rest you're entering is not just tonight's rest, but a rest that answers the deeper tiredness, the soul weariness that comes from living in a world that constantly demands more than you have to give. The nebula knows this weariness. The stardust has been weary for billions of years, drifting without purpose or destination, and yet it continues, patient and uncomplaining, held in the vast embrace of cosmic forces beyond its control or comprehension. You're like the stardust now, patient, uncomplaining, held by forces you do not understand but which you trust completely, because you have no choice but to trust them, and in that absence of choice there is a strange freedom. You do not have to understand how sleep works in order to sleep. You do not have to understand how the body heals in order to be healed. You do not have to understand the vast complexity of neural processes and hormonal cascades and cellular repair mechanisms that are engaging even now, working in perfect coordination to restore you. You simply have to allow it, to not interfere, to surrender to the body's ancient wisdom. There is a warmth spreading through your core. Now, a deep internal warmth that has nothing to do with temperature and everything to do with the feeling of being home, being safe, being held. It radiates from your center outward, filling your chest, your abdomen, your pelvis, and from there flowing down into your legs and up into your arms and neck and head. This is the warmth of the body's relaxation response in full bloom, blood vessels dilating, muscles releasing their chronic tension, the entire organism downshifting into its rest and repair mode. But it feels less like a biological process and more like an embrace from the inside, as if your own body is hugging itself, comforting itself, offering itself the tenderness it has been offering others all day. The stardust has taken on a new quality now, not just luminous but almost melodic, as if each particle vibrates with its own frequency, and together they create a harmony so subtle that it's felt rather than heard. This is the music of the spheres that ancient philosophers wrote about, the cosmic symphony that plays constantly beneath the threshold of ordinary perception. And tonight, in this state of profound relaxation, your nervous system has become sensitive enough to detect it, to resonate with it, to become an instrument in that vast orchestra. Your breath is a note in the symphony. Your heartbeat is a rhythm in the cosmic drum circle. Your presence here, now, is part of the universe's endless song of existence. As you float deeper into the heart of the nebula, you might become aware of other forms, other presences, though they are too vague to be called shapes, and too abstract to be called beings. They are more like densities in the stardust, places where consciousness has pooled and swirled before dissipating again. Perhaps these are the dreams of other sleepers, somehow bleeding through into the shared space of the collective unconscious. Or perhaps they are echoes of your own past selves, the child you were, the adolescent you became, the young adult who thought they knew everything, all the versions of you that have existed and dissolved as you've aged and changed. They drift past without acknowledgement, without recognition, like strangers passing on a crowded street, each absorbed in their own journey. There is no fear in this recognition of other presences, no sense of intrusion or violation. In the nebula, all boundaries are permeable, all distinctions are temporary, and the separateness that defines waking life reveals itself as an illusion, or at least as something less absolute than it seems. You're individual and you're also part of something larger, a wave in an ocean that is also somehow the entire ocean, a note in a symphony that is also the symphony itself. This is not a mystical revelation, but a felt experience, as undeniable as the sensation of your body sinking into the mattress, as real as the breath moving through your lungs. Your face has become completely smooth, all expression erased, leaving only the basic architecture of bone and tissue. The face you show the world, with its practiced smiles and controlled reactions and careful presentations, has been set aside like a mask after a performance. What remains is more essential, more true, the face of deep sleep, the face of infancy, the face that doesn't know it has a face. Your eyes beneath their closed lids have stopped their usual rapid movements. They rest in their sockets like stones resting at the bottom of a clear pool, no longer seeking, no longer scanning, no longer vigilant. The tiny muscles that control eye movement, that have been firing constantly since you woke this morning, have finally gone silent. Your spine, that elegant column of vertebrae that holds you upright during waking hours, has released into the support beneath you. Each vertebra has found its natural spacing, no longer compressed by the demands of posture and movement. The discs between the vertebrae, those cushions of cartilage that bear so much pressure during the day, are slowly rehydrating, absorbing moisture like sponges, expanding back to their optimal thickness. This is part of why people are slightly taller in the morning than in the evening. The spine decompresses during sleep, and that decompression is happening now, millimetre by millimetre, as gravity's usual compression is replaced by the horizontal support of rest. Deep in your abdomen, your digestive system is doing its slow work, processing the last meal you ate, extracting nutrients, moving waste toward elimination. The muscles of your intestines ripple in gentle waves of peristalsis, a process that continues whether you're awake or asleep, conscious or unconscious, alive or dead. Well, perhaps not dead, but certainly independent of your will or awareness. There is something humbling and comforting about this, about the fact that so much of what keeps you alive happens without your knowledge or control. You're not the author of your own digestion, your own heartbeat, your own immune response. You're more like a passenger in a vehicle that knows how to drive itself, and most of the time you're sitting in the back seat, unaware of all the complex operations happening at the controls. The stardust has grown thicker now, or perhaps you've grown more porous. Again, the distinction doesn't matter. The effect is that you feel more merged with your environment, more continuous with the nebula, less like a separate entity, and more like a pattern in a larger fabric. Your skin is still your skin, but it no longer feels like a boundary. It feels like a transition zone, a place where the distinction between self and other becomes blurred and uncertain. The warmth of the stardust mingles with the warmth of your body until you cannot say which is generating heat and which is receiving it. You are warm. The nebula is warm. The warmth is. Somewhere in the distance, though distance has no meaning here, there is a sound, or the memory of a sound, or the idea of a sound. It might be wind moving through trees, or water flowing over stones, or the low hum of machinery, or simply the sound of blood moving through the vessels in your ears. Whatever it is, it doesn't disturb you. It's part of the soundscape of the nebula, part of the ambient texture of existence, and it serves not to wake you but to deepen your rest, the way certain frequencies of sound can actually facilitate sleep rather than interrupt it. White noise, pink noise, brown noise, sounds that mask other sounds, that create a cocoon of auditory comfort. The nebula is filled with such sound, a constant gentle static that soothes rather than irritates. Your muscles have moved beyond relaxation into something that might be called dissolution. They are so soft, so yielding, that they seem to have lost their usual fibrous texture and become something more like liquid, more like the semi-fluid medium that fills the spaces between cells. If someone were to touch your arm right now, their finger would sink into the tissue like pressing into soft clay, and when they removed their finger, the indentation would remain for a moment before slowly filling in again. This is the quality of tissue in profound relaxation, tissue that has released all its defensive tension and returned to a state of maximum receptivity. In your chest, your heart continues its steady work, but the work has become easier, less demanding. Your blood pressure has dropped, your heart rate has slowed. Each beat pushes blood through your system with minimal effort because there is no resistance, no tension, no constriction in the vessels. The blood flows smoothly, easily, delivering oxygen and nutrients to every cell, carrying away carbon dioxide and metabolic waste. This is the circulation of deep rest, the healing circulation that allows the body to focus its resources on repair rather than action, on restoration rather than expenditure. The nebula breathes with you now, or perhaps you have begun to breathe with the nebula. The question of causation has become meaningless. There is breath, there is movement. There is the slow tide of inhalation and exhalation, but it's no longer clear where your breath ends and the nebula's breath begins. You are being breathed by something larger than yourself, carried on a respiratory rhythm that connects you to every living thing, every breathing creature that has ever existed. The first organisms to develop lungs breathed this breath. The fish that crawled onto land and gasped air for the first time breathed this breath. Your ancestors going back millions of years breathed this breath, and someday, long after you're gone, other beings will breathe this breath, this same ancient exchange of gases that sustains life wherever life exists. There is a moment in the descent into deep sleep when something shifts, when consciousness makes its final release and true sleep begins. You might already be past that moment, or you might be approaching it, or you might be suspended exactly at the threshold, balanced on the knife's edge between waking and sleeping. But wherever you are in that journey, you are exactly where you need to be. There is no rushing this process. There is no forcing it. Sleep comes in its own time, according to its own logic, and all you can do is continue to allow it, continue to surrender, continue to sink. Your blood has changed its chemistry now. Subtle shifts in hormone levels signaling to every cell that night has come, that rest is permitted, that the usual vigilance can be suspended. Melatonin courses through your system, that ancient molecule that regulates the sleep-wake cycle, that responds to darkness and triggers the cascade of changes that leads to sleep. Cortisol, the stress hormone that has been elevated all day, has finally dropped to its nighttime lows. Growth hormone, which the body releases primarily during deep sleep, has begun to rise, preparing to do its work of building and repairing tissue. Your body is a pharmacy, producing its own compounds in precisely calibrated doses, and right now it's mixing the perfect cocktail for deep, restorative sleep. The memories of the day continue to process in the background of your mind, scenes and conversations and sensations being sorted and filed, and sometimes transformed into something new. A colleague's face might morph into a childhood friend's face. A conversation from this afternoon might merge with a conversation from years ago. This is the dream work beginning, though you might not remember any of it when you wake. The sleeping brain is a creative organ, making unexpected connections, solving problems in ways the waking mind never would, composing stories from the fragments of experience. And all of this happens in the theatre of the nebula, against the backdrop of swirling stardust, accompanied by the cosmic hum that underlies all existence. Your temperature has dropped slightly, a natural part of the sleep process. The body cools itself at night, conserving energy, allowing certain repair processes to work more efficiently in the cooler environment. But you don't feel cold. The stardust maintains its gentle warmth, and the blankets covering you, if there are blankets, have trapped your body heat in a comfortable cocoon. Or perhaps you've kicked the blankets off in your sleep, as many people do, trusting your body to regulate its own temperature without conscious intervention. Either way, you are comfortable, your body having found the optimal balance between heat and coolness, between covering and exposure. Somewhere in the house, perhaps a clock is ticking, marking the passage of time with its steady mechanical heartbeat. But that sound doesn't reach you, or if it does, it's transformed by your sleeping consciousness into something else. The drip of water in a cave, perhaps, or the distant beating of a drum, or simply part of the nebula's endless hum. Time is being marked, seconds accumulating into minutes, minutes into hours, but you're outside that progression now, floating in a timeless present where the concept of duration has no meaning. You might sleep for 4 hours or 8 hours or 10 hours, but from the inside of sleep it will all feel the same, a vast undifferentiated expanse of rest. Your dreaming mind might be creating scenarios now, stories built from the raw material of memory and imagination, projected onto the screen of your consciousness like films playing in an empty theatre. You might be walking through a familiar place that's somehow changed, or talking to someone who died years ago, or flying, or falling, or simply observing strange landscapes that have never existed and will never exist anywhere but in this moment of dream. Or you might be in that deeper place beneath dreams, where there are no images, no stories, no experiences at all, just the formless void of dreamless sleep, the closest thing a living person can experience to not existing. The stardust continues its endless swirl, patterns forming and dissolving, eddies and currents moving through the vast space of the nebula according to laws you don't understand and don't need to understand. You're part of those patterns now, your consciousness, or what remains of it in sleep, moving with the cosmic currents, tumbling slowly through space and time and whatever other dimensions might exist beyond those two. If there are other universes, other realities, other ways of being, you are touching them now, or they are touching you, in this liminal state where all things are possible and nothing is impossible. Your cells are dividing, replacing themselves, engaged in the constant work of regeneration that keeps you alive and functioning. Skin cells sloughing off and being replaced by new cells, blood cells dying and being replaced. The lining of your digestive tract completely renewing itself. Your body is not a static thing, but a process, a continuous becoming, and sleep is when that becoming happens most efficiently. You are not the same person who lay down in this bed hours ago. On a cellular level, you have already been partially replaced, rebuilt, renewed. By the time you wake, you will be slightly more new than you were when you started sleeping, and this process will continue every night for as long as you live. Your body constantly dying and being reborn in small increments, the ultimate slow-motion resurrection. The nebula has become everything now, not just your environment, but your identity, not just where you are, but what you are. The boundaries that seemed so important in waking life have completely dissolved. You're not in the nebula, you're the nebula. You're the stardust and the darkness and the slow cosmic swirl and the ancient patient waiting of matter that has nowhere to go and all of eternity to get there. This is not a metaphor. In this moment, this deep sleep moment, it is the truest thing about you, the person you think you are, with your name and your history and your personality and your problems, is the metaphor, the temporary pattern, the brief coalescence of matter into a form that thinks it's separate from everything else. And in that recognition, if you could call it recognition when there's no one left to recognize anything, there is a peace so profound it might be called bliss. Not the excited happiness of getting what you want, but the deep contentment of being what you are, of resting in the truth of your nature, of allowing yourself to dissolve into the larger reality from which you briefly emerged and to which you will eventually return. Birth and death are bookends, but this moment of deep sleep is a nightly preview, a taste of the dissolution that awaits, and it is not frightening but beautiful, not an ending but a continuation, not a loss but a return. Your dreams, if they come, will be like whispers from this place, messages from the deep translated into the language of images and stories, coded communications from the unconscious to the conscious mind. They will be strange and symbolic, and sometimes frightening and sometimes joyful, and often incomprehensible, but they are all gifts from the depths, attempts by the deep self to communicate with the surface self, bridges between the nebula and the waking world, and whether you remember them or not when you wake doesn't matter. Their work is done in the experiencing, not in the remembering. They have already changed you in ways you won't notice and don't need to notice. The night is long and deep and holds you in its velvet darkness like a mother holding a sleeping child, and in that holding there is no judgment, no expectation, no demand. The night asks nothing of you except that you rest, that you allow yourself to be restored, that you trust the process of renewal that happens when consciousness releases its grip and the body is free to do its secret work. And you are trusting it now, completely, having finally let go of the last vestige of control, the last whisper of vigilance, the last trace of the waking self that thinks it needs to manage everything. The stardust settles over you like snow, gentle and silent and endless, each particle a tiny blessing, a microscopic benediction, and together they form a blanket that is simultaneously infinitely light and infinitely heavy, a paradox that makes perfect sense here in the nebula, where paradox is the only truth. You are weightless, and you are infinitely heavy. You are infinitely small, and you contain universes. You're asleep and you're more awake than you've ever been. You're alone and you're completely merged with everything that exists. And all of these things are true simultaneously, and none of them are true. And the truth itself is sleeping beside you like a beloved companion, whose presence you sense even when you cannot see or touch or name them. The hours pass, though you do not measure them. The earth turns, though you do not feel it. The stars wheel overhead in their ancient paths, though you do not see them, and through it all you sleep, held in the heart of the nebula, surrounded by stardust, cradled by darkness, restored by the generous mystery of rest. This is your birthright as a living being. This is your nightly return to the source. This is the foundation of your existence, the ground from which all your days grow. And it is enough. You are enough. This moment is enough. Everything is exactly as it should be, here in the infinite present of deep and perfect sleep. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. You are welcome here, not because anything has been prepared for you, but because this place has always been open. Space is not the void we were taught to imagine. It is not silence pressed against a window. It is an ocean of steady signals, long rhythms, and distant confirmations that have existed for ages beyond human attention. Tonight, you're invited to drift within that ocean, not as an explorer with a mission, but as someone who has finally been given permission to stop trying. There is nothing to accomplish here. There is no plot waiting to spring forward, no conflict that needs your vigilance. The only purpose is to let go of the day's mental speed and allow yourself to be carried by something older and more patient than worry. Begin by settling into a comfortable position. Let your body find the place where it can stop holding itself upright through effort alone. If you're lying down, notice the way the surface beneath you rises to meet your weight. If you are seated, let your spine soften just enough that you are no longer bracing against collapse. Soften your jaw. You may not have realized it was tight, but it almost always is. Let your teeth part slightly, let your tongue rest easy in your mouth, let your shoulders drop away from your ears, not by forcing them down, but by simply noticing they have been lifted and allowing them to release. Loosen your hands, unfurl your fingers if they have curled. Let your breath become the only reliable measure of time, not fast, not slow, just steady. Imagination does not require effort. It appears naturally when the mind is allowed to stop pushing. Somewhere far from here, a starship moves through the darkness. It is not a warship. It is not racing toward discovery or fleeing from danger. It is a vessel designed for long journeys, built for quiet endurance rather than urgency. Its hull is smooth and dark, its lights are dim, and its engines hum at a frequency so low that you would feel it more than hear it if you stood inside. This ship carries a simple philosophy. Sometimes the most intelligent movement is deliberate slowness. It does not burn through fuel to prove its power. It does not announce itself to the universe with bright signals. It simply continues steadily across distances that would make urgency absurd, There is a place known among travellers, not marked on standard charts, not given a dramatic name, but whispered about in the way people mention a good anchorage or a reliable wind. It is a nebula, though that word does not quite capture it. It is less a location and more a condition, a region where the universe seems to settle into a kinder rhythm. Pilots who have passed through it report the same thing, that harshness becomes muted there, that systems stabilise, that the gnawing pressure to keep moving finally eases. Some call it a fluke of cosmic architecture. Others think it is simply a place where the universe is caught in the act of resting. The ship is approaching that region now, not because it needs to, but because it can. The cosmic invitation becomes two things at once, the ship choosing to approach that calm region, and you choosing to let go of the day's mental speed. The nebula does not announce itself. There is no boundary you cross, no sudden shift in the view outside. Instead, the ship begins to enter a different atmosphere of time. The stars that were sharp points begin to soften at their edges, not because they are dimming, but because the space between them is filling with something fine and diffuse. Dust, yes. Gas, certainly. But also the faint glow of matter that has not yet decided what it will become. This is a place where the universe recycles itself in a slow and patient way, where elements gather and spread and gather again, where beginnings take a very long time. The nebula does not care about deadlines. It does not care about arrival. It simply exists, vast and quiet, as a region where urgency feels out of place. The ship does not arrive like a sudden event. It does not declare its presence or mark the moment of entry. It gradually slips into the nebula's influence the way you slip into sleep when you finally stop resisting it. The change is gentle. The external senses begin to register something the ship has not felt in a long time: repetition. Not the repetition of mechanical failure, not the loop of something broken, but the kind of repetition that soothes. A pattern, a rhythm. The nebula is not silent. It hums, it pulses, it breathes in cycles so long that a human lifespan would barely register one full breath, but the ship's instruments can detect them, and the ship can feel them the way you feel the rhythm of your own heartbeat when you rest your head on a pillow and everything else goes quiet. These patterns are what some call nebula whispers. Not literal voices, not a message that demands decoding, just repeating cycles of charged particles shifting in response to magnetic fields, dust clouds contracting and expanding as heat moves through them, light refracting through layers of different density. The ship's sensors translate these cycles into something the systems can process, and what they process is this: stability, predictability, a rhythm that does not change every few seconds, demanding constant adjustment. Systems, whether biological or mechanical, relax when they find stable repetition. The mind, especially at night, is always looking for a rhythm to ride. You have been searching for one all day, though you may not have known it. Every time you check the time, every time you wondered what comes next, you were searching for a pattern that would tell you it is safe to stop scanning the horizon. The ship continues forward, but so slowly that forward motion begins to resemble stillness. Velocity becomes a concept that loses its edge. Yes, the ship is moving. Yes, the nebula is vast and the ship is crossing it, but the movement is so smooth, so free of jolts or coarse corrections, that it feels less like travel and more like floating. The engines do not strain, the hull does not vibrate. Everything hums at that low, steady frequency, the one you feel more than hear, the one that does not demand your attention, but simply provides a baseline beneath all other sensations. That resemblance between movement and stillness becomes the bridge into sleep. The feeling that you are moving without needing to try, that you are being carried, that effort has been lifted from your shoulders and you are finally allowed to rest. Let your breath settle into that same rhythm, not by controlling it, but by noticing it and allowing it to find its own pace. In and then out. A pause. In again and then out. The pauses are not empty. They are where the body absorbs what it needs, where tension has a chance to dissolve before the next breath begins. You do not need to count. You do not need to make the breath deeper or slower or longer. You only need to let it continue, the way the ship's engines continue, steady and low and unburdened by the need to prove anything. The nebula thickens around the ship, though, thickens is not quite the right word. It becomes more present. The view outside the ship's observation ports, if anyone were awake to look, would show clouds of gas lit from within by newborn stars so distant they look like embers scattered across a hearth. The colours are soft, deep blues that fade into violet, pale golds that blend into amber, hints of green where certain elements gather in higher concentrations. These are not the harsh, saturated colours of a screen. They are the muted tones of something real, something vast, something that does not need to shout to be noticed. The light does not flicker. It glows. It persists. It has been glowing for thousands of years, and it will continue to glow for thousands more, indifferent to whether anyone watches. Inside the ship, the lighting adjusts, not all at once, but gradually, the way a room darkens as the sun sets. The corridors dim. The control panels reduce their brightness. The ship is not shutting down. It is simply matching the environment outside, aligning itself with the calm rhythm of the nebula. There is no crew to object. The ship is automated, designed to make these choices on its own, and it has chosen to rest. It has chosen to stop pushing. It has chosen to drift. You can make the same choice. You do not need permission, but if it helps, consider this permission. You are allowed to stop monitoring. You are allowed to stop checking whether you are doing this correctly. There is no correct way to drift. There is only the willingness to let go of the need to control the next moment. Your body already knows how to do this. It has been trying to do this since you lay down. It has been waiting for your mind to stop interfering, to stop insisting that there is something you should be tracking, something you should be figuring out, something you should be preparing for. There is nothing. Not tonight. Tonight, the only task is to allow. Once the ship is fully within the nebula's influence, something shifts. Not dramatically, not with a sudden event or a burst of revelation. The shift is soothing. Harshness is muted. The background radiation that fills most of space, the constant low-level static of the universe, softens here. The nebula acts as a buffer, a cushion, absorbing the sharper frequencies and letting only the gentler ones through. It is not that the universe has gone silent. It is that the universe has stopped shouting. The ship's internal systems register this change. Minor oscillations that were always present, tiny variations in power flow, slight fluctuations in temperature, all of these settle into a tighter range. The ship stabilizes. It does not need to make as many micro-adjustments. It does not need to compensate for external turbulence, because there is no turbulence here. There is only calm. The nebula becomes a cosmic cradle, not in a sentimental way, but in a physical and consistent way. It holds the ship the way a still body of water holds a boat. There is support here. There is predictability. The forces acting on the ship are gentle and constant, and because they are constant, the ship can stop bracing against change. It can stop preparing for the next disruption. It can simply be. You can feel this in your own body if you allow it. Notice the places where you're still bracing. The muscles in your neck, perhaps, holding your head at a certain angle even though the pillow is doing that work for you. The muscles in your lower back tightening slightly as if you might need to stand up at any moment. The small muscles around your eyes still tensed as if you were trying to see something in the dark. These tensions are habits. They are not necessary. Let them go, not by forcing them to release, but by noticing them and choosing not to feed them. Let your neck soften. Let your head become heavy. Let your back spread across the surface beneath you. Let your eyelids rest fully closed, so heavy that opening them would require a deliberate choice, and you are not interested in making that choice. Thoughts can rise and fall like distant signals. You may notice them. You may catch the beginning of a thought, the start of a worry, the edge of a memory. Let them pass. You do not need to chase them. You do not need to fix them. You do not need to follow them to their conclusions. They are like ships passing in the distance, too far away to concern you, their lights visible for a moment and then gone. The episode emphasizes that comfort is often blocked not by external noise but by internal grasping, the mind trying to control the next moment. Here, you can stop grasping. The universe has a steady baseline beneath its changes, and you can lean on that baseline the way you lean on a mattress. It will hold you. It has always been holding you. You have simply been too tense to notice. The universal hum becomes the anchor. Imagine it if it helps, though you do not need to work at imagining. Let the idea of it rest in the background, a low frequency, a steady pulse, the sound of the universe simply continuing. It is not loud. It is not insistent. It is the hum of existence itself, the vibration that underlies everything, the reassurance that the universe is not holding its breath. It is breathing, slowly, deeply, without effort. You can breathe with it. You can let your breath match that ancient rhythm, and in matching it, you can let go of the need to create your own rhythm. You can borrow the universe's steadiness. You can rest on its continuation. Safety feels a certain way in the body when it is allowed. The breath slows, not because you're forcing it to slow, but because the body no longer believes it needs to stay alert. The muscles soften, not all at once, but in waves, each exhale releasing a little more tension than the last. The small muscles in your face, the ones you use to hold expressions even when no one is watching, begin to smooth out. Your forehead softens. The lines around your mouth ease. Your jaw, which you softened earlier, softens again, more deeply this time, as if it has finally believed that it is safe to let go. The micro-tensions you carry, the ones you have stopped noticing because they have been there so long, begin to dissolve. Not because you are attacking them, not because you are trying to force relaxation, but because the environment has become stable enough that holding those tensions no longer makes sense. The nebula whispers continue. They do not grow louder. They do not demand your attention. They simply persist, a quiet assurance that the environment is stable and that stability can be borrowed by anyone willing to stop resisting. The ship listens to those whispers the way you might listen to rain on a roof, not by focusing on each drop, but by letting the overall sound create a backdrop that makes all other concerns feel smaller. The whispers are not telling you anything. They are not conveying information. They are simply repeating over and over in cycles so regular that they become invisible, the way your heartbeat becomes invisible when you are calm. You do not need to track them. You do not need to understand them. You only need to let them continue in the background while you allow yourself to sink deeper into rest. The ship's systems, one by one, begin to reduce their activity, not shutting down, not failing, simply scaling back to the minimum necessary to maintain safe operation. The environmental controls ease into a lower mode, maintaining temperature and air quality, but no longer making constant adjustments. The navigation systems stop plotting microcorrections, recognizing that the nebula's influence is so gentle that drift is negligible. The communication arrays go silent, not because there is a failure, but because there is no one to contact and nothing that needs to be said. The ship is not isolated, it is simply at rest. It has entered a state that long-range vessels are designed to enter when they reach an environment that supports deep recovery, slumber mode. This is not an emergency protocol. This is not the ship giving up. This is the ship making an intelligent choice. Rest is part of intelligent travel, not a break from it. The ship rests because the conditions are finally right for deep recovery. It conserves energy. It reduces internal strain. It aligns with the calm rhythm outside, and in doing so, it allows its systems to repair the small wear that accumulates during any journey. The hull remains intact. The life support continues. The core systems hum at their lowest sustainable frequency. But everything else, all the activity that is about preparing and monitoring and anticipating, all of that is allowed to stop. You can mirror that decision. Your body is a vessel too. It has carried you through the day. It has maintained your temperature, processed your food, kept your heart beating, filtered your blood, balanced your chemistry, held you upright, moved you from place to place. It has done all of this without asking for credit, without demanding your attention, and now it is asking quietly if it can rest. You can say yes. You do not need to stay awake to monitor it. You do not need to remain alert in case something goes wrong. Your body knows how to sleep. It knows how to repair. It knows how to restore. It has been doing this every night of your life, and it will do it again tonight if you let it. Let your body become heavy. Not by forcing it, but by noticing that heaviness is already there, waiting beneath the tension you have been holding. Your head is heavy. It sinks into the pillow, or against the cushion, or toward your chest if you are seated. Your shoulders are heavy. They drop toward the surface beneath you, no longer held in place by effort. Your arms are heavy. They rest where they have fallen, no longer needing to be positioned. Your legs are heavy. They stretch out or curl up, whichever feels like less effort, and then they stop moving. Your whole body becomes a weight that the universe is holding, and the universe does not complain. It holds you the way it holds the ship, the way it holds the stars, the way it holds the nebula itself, without effort, without strain, with a patience that has no end. Let your breath repeat naturally. You do not need to control it. You do not need to make it deeper or slower or more even. It is already doing what it needs to do. In and then out. A pause. In and then out. The pauses lengthen slightly, not because you are making them lengthen, but because the body is settling into a deeper rhythm, the rhythm it prefers when it is finally allowed to rest. Each breath becomes a little softer, each exhale becomes a little longer. The body is not struggling for air, the body is letting go of the day. You're reminded that you do not have to stay awake to get it. There is nothing to get. The story is designed to work whether it is understood or simply absorbed. The words can fade into sound. The sound can fade into silence. The silence can become the space you rest in. You do not need to follow the sentences. You do not need to track the narrative. You do not need to remember what has been said. It has all been said so that you can forget it, so that you can stop trying to hold on to anything, so that you can finally let everything go. The nebula whispers recede into the background. They do not stop. They continue, steady and low. But they become less like information and more like a steady reassurance that continues whether you pay attention or not. The ship's slumber deepens. Its activity becomes so minimal that if you were standing inside, you would feel only the faintest vibration, a hum so low it is almost a feeling rather than a sound, and even that feeling would be easy to forget. The ship settles into a near motionless state within the nebula, held by the gentle forces of dust and gas, supported by the predictable rhythms of the environment, no longer moving forward in any way that would register on a human timescale. It simply floats, it simply rests, it simply continues to exist without effort. You're guided to allow your own mind to become similarly still, not blank. You do not need to empty your mind. You do not need to achieve some special state of consciousness. You only need to stop working, stop trying to figure out what comes next, stop trying to remember what you are supposed to do, stop trying to stay alert for dangers that are not here. The mind can be unburdened without being emptied. It can rest without being forced into silence. Thoughts can drift past like clouds, noticed briefly and then gone, and you do not need to follow them. You do not need to grab onto them. You can simply let them pass, the way the ship lets distant signals pass, registering them for a moment and then letting them fade. Permission is the key. You have permission to stop tracking time. You do not need to know what time it is. You do not need to know how long you have been lying here. You do not need to calculate how many hours of sleep you will get if you fall asleep right now. Time is a measurement, and measurements are not necessary here. Let time become loose. Let it stretch. Let it fold. Let the difference between a minute and an hour become irrelevant. You have permission to stop following sentences. The words are here to guide you toward rest, not to hold your attention. If you lose track of what is being said, that is good. That means you are letting go. If the words become just sounds, soft and low and easy to ignore, that is even better. That means you are sinking. You have permission to drift. You do not need a destination. You do not need to know where you're going. You only need to let go of the need to steer, and the current will carry you. The ship continues quietly in the nebula. It does not need to announce its presence. It does not need to send out signals or make itself known. It exists in the same way the nebula exists, as a part of the universe that is simply here, continuing, resting, held by forces that are older and steadier than worry. The nebula does not worry about the ship. The ship does not worry about the nebula. They coexist in a state of mutual indifference that is not cold, but peaceful. They do not need anything from each other. They simply share the same space, the same time, the same quiet. You can share that quiet. You are already sharing it. You have been moving toward it since the first sentence, and now you are within it, surrounded by it, held by it. The quiet is not the absence of sound. It is the absence of demand. Nothing here is asking you to respond. Nothing here is waiting for your decision. Nothing here requires your vigilance. The quiet is simply the space that remains when urgency is removed, and it is vast, and it is gentle, and it is yours. Let yourself descend. Not by doing anything, but by allowing the natural weight of your body and mind to pull you downward into rest. Imagine, if it helps, that sleep is not something you climb into, but something you fall into. And the falling is safe because there is no bottom that will hurt you. There is only softness, only depth, only the gradual fading of awareness as the body takes over, as the mind stops narrating, as the universe continues to hold you without asking for anything in return. You are safe. You have always been safe. You have simply been too alert to feel it. Now you can feel it. Now you can let it surround you. Now you can let it carry you into the deep rest that your body has been asking for. The nebula remains around the ship, a presence so vast that the ship is like a single grain of sand on an endless beach. The ship does not mind being small, it does not mind being insignificant. It rests in the knowledge that size and importance are human concerns, and the universe does not measure value that way. The universe holds the small and the vast with the same patient indifference, the same steady support. The ship is held, you are held, everything is held. There is no falling that is not also being caught. Your breath has become so soft now that you might not even notice it. It continues, of course. The body breathes whether you pay attention or not. But the breath has lost its urgency. It has become a background process, something happening in the depths of you, automatic and reliable and requiring no input from your conscious mind. This is good. This means the body has taken over. This means you're no longer driving. You are being carried. The breath rises and falls like the slow tide of an ocean that has no storms, only the gentle movement of water that has existed for eons and will exist for eons more. Let the darkness behind your closed eyelids become deeper, not by forcing it, but by noticing that it is already deepening, that the faint light that sometimes plays across closed eyelids is fading, that the darkness is becoming richer, softer, more like the darkness of the nebula, which is not empty but full of potential, full of matter waiting to become something, full of the quiet energy of the universe resting before it begins again. You do not need to see anything. You do not need to visualize anything. You can simply rest in the darkness, allowing it to be featureless, allowing it to be vast, allowing it to be the backdrop against which sleep will arrive, not announced, not welcomed, but simply present, suddenly, as if it has always been there and you have only just noticed. The ship's internal chronometers continue to measure time, but no one is watching them. Time passes, seconds become minutes, minutes stretch toward hours. But inside the slumber of the ship, time is not felt. Time is simply the backdrop against which rest occurs, and rest does not care about duration. Rest cares only about depth, and the ship has found depth. It has descended into a state where activity is minimal, where systems are stable, where nothing is urgent and nothing is waiting. The ship could stay here for days. It could stay here for weeks. It has supplies. It has stability. It has no reason to leave until it is ready, and it is not ready. It is resting. You could stay here too. Not for days, not for weeks, but for as long as the night allows, and that is enough. You do not need to worry about how long you sleep. The body will wake when it is rested, and if it does not wake, then it needed more rest than you thought. And that is also fine. You do not need to set conditions on your sleep. You do not need to bargain with it. You do not need to promise yourself that you will only rest for a certain number of hours, and then you will get up and face the next day. The next day is not here. The next day is hours away. Right now there is only this moment, and this moment is quiet, and this moment is soft, and this moment is asking nothing of you, except that you let it continue. The nebula whispers have become so faint now that they are almost imaginary. They persist, yes, in the deep structure of the nebula, in the slow rhythms of matter and energy exchanging places, but they are no longer distinct. They have blended into the background, into the hum, into the steady presence that is always there when you stop listening for specific sounds and start listening for the overall silence. The silence is not empty. The silence is full. It is full of continuation. It is full of the universe simply being, without needing to justify itself, without needing to perform, without needing to be anything other than what it is. You can be what you are. You do not need to be anything else. You do not need to be alert. You do not need to be productive. You do not need to be ready. You can simply be here, in this body, in this moment, resting in the same way the ship rests, held by the same forces that hold everything, supported by the same patient indifference of the universe that does not judge and does not demand. You are allowed to rest. You have always been allowed to rest. The only thing that has kept you from it is the belief that you needed to earn it, or that there was something you should be doing instead. There is nothing you should be doing instead. This is what you should be doing. This is the most important thing you can do. Rest. Deeply. Completely. Without reservation. The ship's hull, dark and smooth, reflects nothing, because there is no light harsh enough to create a reflection. The soft glow of the nebula touches the ship's surface and is absorbed, or perhaps it is reflected so gently that the reflection is indistinguishable from the glow itself. The ship has become part of the nebula. Not literally, not physically, but in the sense that it has stopped resisting, stopped asserting its separateness, stopped insisting that it is something other than a temporary arrangement of matter moving through space. The ship is matter. The nebula is matter. They are the same substance, briefly taking different forms, and the boundary between them is less important than the continuity that connects them. You are also matter. You are also energy. You are also a temporary arrangement, a pattern that the universe is holding for a while before it releases you back into the larger whole. But tonight, you do not need to think about that. Tonight you can simply rest in the form you have, in the body you inhabit, in the life you are living, without needing to see it as anything other than what it is. A chance to experience rest, to feel support, to know that you are held. The universe is not hostile. The universe is not indifferent in a cold way. The universe is simply continuing, and you are part of that continuation, and that is enough. Let go of the last threads of awareness that are keeping you tethered to wakefulness. They are thin now. They are barely holding. You do not need to cut them. You only need to stop feeding them. Stop paying attention to them. Stop believing that they are necessary. The mind wants to stay awake. It has been trained to stay awake. It believes that staying awake is how you stay safe, how you stay in control, how you avoid missing something important. But tonight, there is nothing to miss. Tonight, staying awake is not keeping you safe. It is only keeping you tired. You can let go. You can release the grip you have been holding. You can allow the threads to fray and break on their own, and when they do, you will not fall. You will float. You will descend softly into the deep rest that has been waiting for you all along. The ship has no dreams. It has no consciousness to process the day, no memories to sort, no emotions to integrate. It simply rests in a state that is as close to non-existence as a functional vessel can achieve while still maintaining its integrity. But that rest is profound. That rest is complete. That rest is the kind of rest that allows systems to return to their optimal state, that allows wear to be undone, that allows balance to be restored. The ship will wake when conditions change, when the nebula's influence begins to fade, when the journey needs to continue. But for now, it sleeps, deeply, completely, without question. You can sleep that way too. You do not need to know what you will dream. You do not need to control the images that will arise or the thoughts that will surface. The sleeping mind does its own work, and that work is not yours to manage. You can trust it. You can let it happen. You can release yourself into the process that has been refined over millions of years of evolution, the process that knows how to restore you, that knows how to heal you, that knows how to prepare you for the next day without your input. The process does not need your help. It only needs your permission. And you are giving that permission now. You are letting go. You are allowing sleep to take you, not as a thief, but as a guide, leading you into the rest you need. The nebula continues. It has always continued. It will always continue. It does not care whether the ship is there or not. It does not care whether you are aware of it or not. It simply is, vast and quiet and patient, a region of space where the universe is caught in the act of becoming, where matter gathers and waits and slowly coalesces into new forms. You are also becoming. You are also gathering. Every breath, every heartbeat, every moment of rest is part of the process that is shaping you into what you will be tomorrow. But you do not need to watch that process. You do not need to supervise it. You can simply let it happen. You can simply rest. And so the ship floats in the nebula, and you float in the darkness behind your closed eyelids, and both of you are held, and both of you are safe, and both of you are resting in the way that all things rest when they are finally allowed to stop trying. The whispers continue, so faint now that they are more felt than heard. a rhythm that persists beneath all other rhythms, a reassurance that the universe is still here, still continuing, still holding you, even as you descend into sleep. You do not need to listen. You do not need to pay attention. You can simply let the whispers be there, in the background, a reminder that you are not alone, that you are part of something larger, that you are supported by forces that do not require your gratitude or your understanding. They simply support you. They have always supported you, and they will continue to support you as you sleep, as you rest, as you allow the night to do its work. Let yourself go now, completely. Let the last bit of awareness fade. Let the words become sounds. Let the sounds become silence. Let the silence become the vast, soft darkness that is the space between stars, the space between thoughts, the space where sleep lives, waiting patiently for you to arrive. You are. Arriving now, you are sinking, you are letting go, and the universe is holding you, and the nebula is surrounding you, and the ship is resting beside you, and everything is quiet, and everything is safe, and everything is exactly as it should be. Rest now. Deeply. Completely. There is nothing left to do. There is nowhere left to go. You are here, in the quiet, in the dark, in the gentle embrace of the universe that asks nothing and gives everything. Rest, sleep, let go. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. You can already hear tomorrow if you listen closely enough. Not in the prophetic sense, not as prediction or premonition, but as the quiet hum of systems preparing themselves for continuation. The modern world never truly stops speaking. Your router breathes in tiny bursts, rhythmic and patient, like a small animal sleeping in the corner of your bedroom. Distant servers exchange confirmations across fiber optic cables buried under oceans, their conversations travelling at the speed of light but arriving as gentle affirmations. Still here, still connected, still holding the architecture together. Your phone murmurs with background processes, syncing calendars and checking for updates, performing 100 small maintenance tasks while pretending to sleep beside you. And if you live in a city, any city, there is the deeper infrastructure hum, the sound of synchronized traffic lights cycling through their eternal pattern, substations balancing electrical load, water moving through pipes in response to collective need, the mesh of wireless signals bouncing between towers and rooftops and windows, creating an invisible weather system made entirely of connection. None of it is loud in the usual sense. You would never call it noise. It doesn't intrude on conversation or demand attention, but it is constant. And if you have ever lain awake at 3 a.m. in perfect silence, you know that silence itself has become something rare, something you have to travel far from civilization to encounter. What remains in its place is this: the ambient presence of networks doing their work, the evidence that you live inside a vast coordinated system that never fully powers down. For most of human history, nighttime meant genuine quiet, the cessation of most human activity, the retreat into darkness and stillness. Now nighttime means a different kind of activity, one that operates below the threshold of conscious awareness but never quite disappears. The question is not whether this low hum exists. It does, measurably, scientifically, as real as wind or rain. The question is what it means for sleep, for rest, for the strange and necessary act of surrendering consciousness while the world continues around you. The episode you're about to experience proposes a gentle reframing, not a dramatic science fiction twist, but a small shift in perspective. What if this constant murmur could be reorganized into something intentional, not to distract you, but to guide you? What if the same connectivity that keeps us tethered to waking life could become a bridge to something deeper, a soundscape designed not to fill the silence, but to give it structure? From this simple question emerges the central invention, something called data stream hums, which sits at an unusual intersection between technology and the oldest human mystery. The place where sleep becomes dream, where awareness persists even as the body lets go, where lucidity can bloom if the conditions are right. Data stream hums is not music in the traditional sense, though it shares music's concern with rhythm and pattern. It is not white noise, though it borrows noise's ability to mask disruption. It is not a guided meditation, though it carries meditation's invitation to let go. Instead, imagine it as a carefully shaped pattern of digital activity, a soundscape constructed from the same building blocks that make up network traffic, packets of information moving in waves, handshake protocols repeating with mechanical patience, the rise and fall of bandwidth usage across time zones, the soft architecture of connection rendered as audio. The result is something that sounds almost organic, almost biological, like the breathing of some vast and patient creature, but with an underlying precision that reveals its technological origin if you listen closely enough. The intention is to create an audio environment that asks almost nothing of the listener, except permission to be present, something that does not demand focus or analysis, but simply exists as a stable field, a sonic landscape that can be entered without effort. The premise is this. Instead of trying to achieve lucid dreaming through force of will, through reality checks and mnemonic devices and alarm-assisted techniques, what if you could approach it sideways, by giving the mind a steady current to float on? The brain, after all, is an engine that loves rhythm. It synchronizes to patterns without being asked, entrains to regular beats, finds comfort in predictability, even when it cannot understand the source. A mother's heartbeat soothes an infant not because the infant comprehends circulation, but because the pattern itself is organizing, a proof of stability in an overwhelming world. Data Stream Hums proposes to do something similar for the dreaming mind, to provide a constant, non-threatening pattern that can serve as an anchor, a point of reference that persists across the border between waking and sleep. The theory is that if the subconscious learns to recognize this pattern, it can become a cue, a gentle reminder that appears within the dream and prompts the simplest form of recognition. Wait, I know this sound. Which means I might be dreaming, which means I can choose to become aware. This is not a new idea in its essence. Lucid dreamers have always used external cues, from flashing lights to spoken phrases played during REM sleep. What makes Data Stream Hums different is its relationship to the world we already inhabit. It does not feel foreign or imposed because it is made from the same material as modern life, the same frequencies and rhythms that already surround us. It is an attempt to turn the infrastructure of connection into infrastructure for consciousness, to let the network that keeps us perpetually awake become, paradoxically, a tool for deeper rest and stranger exploration. To understand how this works, you have to let go of the usual imagery of cyberpunk. When most people imagine a cyberpunk dreamscape, they see neon, chaos, overstimulation, a sensory assault designed to overwhelm. But underneath that aesthetic is a different reality, one that makes this entire experiment possible. The cyberpunk city, when you listen to it rather than look at it, is not about chaos at all. It is about order. It is about systems that repeat with calm reliability, about infrastructure that hums along doing its work without fanfare, about networks that balance load and route traffic and prevent collision through protocols so elegant they become invisible. Every packet that reaches its destination is a small miracle of coordination. Every download that completes without corruption is proof that chaos can be tamed, that complexity can be made safe through pattern. The city in this telling is understood by its sonic behavior, by the way it breathes. There is the infrastructure pulse, low and steady, like the heartbeat of something too large to see all at once. It returns in predictable cycles, marking time not in seconds but in larger units. The rhythm of maintenance windows, the ebb and flow of traffic as the city sleeps and wakes in waves across time zones. Then there is the mesh of transmissions, higher and more varied, rising and falling like tide, a texture made of overlapping signals that never quite resolve into individual voices but carry meaning in their collective cadence. And woven through everything are fragments of communication, brief bursts of data that sound almost like speech if you let your attention soften, almost like conversation happening just below the threshold of comprehension. Nothing demands translation. Nothing asks to be understood. The meaning is in the pattern itself, in the proof that the system is working, that information is moving, that connection persists. This is the paradox that makes the world sleep-friendly. Cyberpunk is imagined as overstimulation, yet underneath the myth is order. The brain, when presented with complex but non-threatening rhythms, does not become agitated. It becomes curious, then calm. It begins to predict, to anticipate the next wave, to find comfort in the repetition even when the pattern is too intricate to consciously decode. This is how rain soothes, how ocean waves lull, how any natural rhythm can ease the mind towards sleep. Data Stream Hums asks whether artificial patterns can do the same if they are designed with the same underlying logic. Not random noise, but organized complexity. Not silence, but structured sound. Not chaos, but rhythm wearing the mask of chaos. In the threshold state between waking and dreaming, the mind can remain lightly aware while the body softens. This is where lucidity begins, not as a violent seizure of control, but as a gentle noticing, a recognition that you are standing in a doorway and could, if you wished, step through with eyes open. The usual problem is that this state is fragile. A single intrusive thought can collapse it. Too much. Effort defeats it. The harder you try to force lucidity, the more it recedes, like trying to remember a word that sits just beyond reach. The act of reaching pushes it further away. What the mind needs instead is something to rest on, a stable surface that does not require maintenance, a pattern it can trust to continue whether you're paying attention or not. This is what the hum provides, a floor beneath the fall, a guarantee that even as you let go, something remains constant. The ritual of tuning is not about control, but about alignment, about adjusting your inner receiver until it locks onto the frequency that has always been there, waiting. Imagine the soundscape as a station broadcasting on a frequency just below your usual range of attention. You do not have to build anything new. You only have to turn the dial gently until the static resolves into pattern. The narrator does not tell you to concentrate or focus. Instead, the invitation is to allow your attention to settle, to notice without grasping, to let the hum exist in the background while you go about the ordinary work of falling asleep, adjusting pillows, shifting position, letting thoughts arrive and depart without holding them. Somewhere in this process, you're invited to introduce a destination protocol, a single sentence of intention offered without strain. The phrase is simple. Tonight, I notice I am dreaming. You do not repeat it like a mantra. You do not force belief. You simply offer it to the network of your subconscious, the way you might drop a letter in a mailbox, trusting that it will be carried forward even after you forget you sent it. The act of stating intention is enough. The subconscious is remarkably good at fulfilling requests when they are delivered gently, when they feel like suggestions rather than demands. The difference between "I will have a lucid dream tonight" and "tonight I notice I am dreaming" is the difference between command and curiosity, between force and flow. One creates pressure, the other creates space. Another technique is woven into the experience almost invisibly, the idea of choosing a personal cue from within the soundscape itself. The data stream hums contain many layers, many recurring tones and rhythms, and you're invited to let one of them catch your attention naturally, without deliberate selection. Maybe it is a particular pulse that returns every few seconds, or a higher frequency that weaves through the texture like a thread. Whatever draws your ear becomes your anchor, your private reminder. The suggestion is that if this specific tone has been present as you fall asleep, it might appear again later, woven into the dream itself, not as something external or jarring, but as part of the dream's native soundscape. And if it appears, it can serve as the gentlest possible prompt, a familiar pattern that whispers you might want to check whether you are dreaming right now, not because anything is wrong, but because the cue itself is proof that something interesting is happening, that the boundary between waking and sleeping has become porous. The episode emphasizes again and again that effort is interference. You're not trying to win lucidity. You're not competing with your own mind. You're simply creating conditions where lucidity becomes more likely, the way a gardener creates conditions for growth without being able to force a seed to sprout. The hum is the soil. Your intention is the seed. Everything else is patience and trust, a willingness to let the process unfold in its own time. Some nights nothing happens. Some nights you sleep dreamlessly, or you dream without awareness, or you wake with only the faintest sense that something was different. This is not failure. This is the normal texture of the practice, the slow accumulation of familiarity that eventually tips into recognition. When lucidity does arrive, it often comes from the nocturnal metropolis, the internal city that assembles itself from memory, possibility, and pattern. This is not a place you travel to. This is a place you discover you have always been building night after night out of the raw material of experience and the architecture of imagination. The data stream hums do not create this city, it exists with or without them. What they do is stabilize it, give it a foundation that persists even as the dream changes shape, even as you move from one district to another, even as the logic shifts and the landscape reorganizes itself, according to rules that make sense only in the moment. Control in lucid dreams does not have to look like power. It does not have to mean flying or manifesting objects from thin air, or bending the dream to your conscious will. These things are possible, but they are also effortful, and effort can destabilize the dream as easily as it can shape it. Instead, control can look like calm choice. It can be as small as deciding to walk in one direction instead of another, choosing curiosity over fear when the dream presents something strange. It can be as subtle as opening a door without anxiety about what lies beyond, trusting that the dream will provide something interesting rather than something threatening. It can be as simple as changing the emotional weather of the dream by returning your attention to the hum when things grow unstable, when the dream starts to fracture or darken or accelerate toward nightmare. The hum, if you can find it within the dream, acts like a reset button, a way to stabilize the system without waking up. Over time, listeners have reported experiences that feel less like individual dreams and more like visits to a shared infrastructure, as if the data stream hums are not just a tool, but a location, a frequency where certain kinds of dreaming become more likely. One person describes realizing they are dreaming because the infrastructure pulse repeats too perfectly, as if the world is being clocked by an unseen scheduler, each cycle arriving with mechanical precision that natural experience would never match. The recognition comes not as a shock, but as a gentle certainty. This is too regular, too reliable, which means I must be dreaming, which means I can pay attention now. Another listener discovers what they call a quiet train line within their dreams, a recurring motif that carries them between scenes smoothly, each stop arriving with the same underlying rhythm they recognize from the hum. The train becomes a method of navigation, a way to move through the dream with intention rather than being swept along by narrative momentum. When they want to change scenes, they simply imagine the next stop, and the train carries them there, the rhythm never faltering. Someone else wanders into what they describe as a childhood district, a part of the dream city that feels warm and familiar, where old memories behave like archived files, still alive, still warm, but stored in a way that can be opened gently and then closed again, without overwhelming emotion. They visit a house they lived in decades ago, walk through rooms they had forgotten, but instead of being pulled into nostalgia or grief, they experience something more like respectful curiosity, the way you might visit a museum dedicated to your own past. The hum is present here too, quieter but still detectable, as if the entire district is built on that frequency. When the dream threatens to become too vivid, too emotionally charged, they focus on the hum, and it softens everything, creates distance without disconnection. Later they describe it as being able to hold memory without being held by it, a kind of lucidity that is less about control and more about perspective. These postcards from the nocturnal metropolis are not offered as proof. There is no way to verify someone else's dream, no objective measurement that can confirm whether lucidity was genuine or imagined after the fact. But they serve as invitations, as suggestions for what might be possible when the mind is given a stable pattern to work with. They sketch the outlines of a shared geography, a map drawn from private nights but marked with landmarks that other travellers might recognise. The train line, the childhood district, the moment when the infrastructure pulse reveals itself as too perfect to be real. Each account adds a new street to the evolving city, a new possibility for where the dream might take you if you follow the hum with patience and curiosity. As the exploration deepens, the question shifts from how do I achieve lucidity to what do I do with it once it arrives. This is where the practice moves from technique to art, from following instructions to developing personal style. Some people use lucid dreams for problem solving, turning the mind's visual processing power toward puzzles that resist linear thinking. The dream becomes a space where metaphor and logic can dance together, where solutions appear as images or narratives that can then be translated back into waking terms. Others use lucidity for emotional healing, revisiting difficult memories within the safety of knowing they are dreaming, allowing the subconscious to reprocess trauma in a context where nothing can cause new harm. Still others simply explore, treating the dream as a vast and endlessly interesting landscape where the laws of physics are suggestions and every door might open onto something impossible. What the data stream hums provide, regardless of intention, is stability. They are the underlying frequency that keeps the dream from collapsing when it becomes too strange, the structural support that allows the architecture of imagination to reach higher and wider than it could on its own. Without that support, lucid dreams often have a short half-life. The moment of recognition, I am dreaming, comes with a rush of excitement that destabilizes the dream, and within seconds you either wake up or lose lucidity and slip back into ordinary dreaming. With the hum as a constant reference point, the transition can be gentler. Lucidity arrives not as a spike, but as a gradual dawning, and because the hum persists, there is something to return to when the dream shifts, something that allows awareness to bend without breaking. This is the cutting edge of sleep research, though it would not be recognized as such by traditional institutions. Academia studies sleep from the outside, measuring brainwaves and eye movements and hormone levels, mapping the architecture of rest through objective instruments. What cannot be measured is the subjective experience, the quality of consciousness as it moves through different states, the subtle skills that experienced lucid dreamers develop over years of practice. Data stream hums represent an attempt to bridge that gap, to take the subjective art of lucid dreaming and give it an objective anchor, a repeatable intervention that can be studied, refined, and shared. The early results are promising but anecdotal. Some people report increased dream recall within the first week. Others notice lucidity arriving more frequently or lasting longer when it does appear. A few describe something harder to quantify, a sense that their dreams have become more coherent, more navigable, as if the hum is teaching their subconscious how to organize itself. The traditional approach to sleep aids has always been about subtraction, about removing obstacles to rest. Darken the room, quiet the noise, calm the mind, create blankness, emptiness, an absence of stimulation that allows consciousness to finally let go. Data stream hums suggest another possibility, that rest can also come from structure, from the right kind of presence rather than the right kind of absence. The brain does not always need quiet to sleep well. Sometimes it needs rhythm. Sometimes it needs a pattern, complex enough, to occupy the part of the mind that would otherwise spin in circles, worrying or planning or replaying the day's conversations. The hum provides that occupation without creating new problems, a cognitive task that requires no effort because it can never be solved, only experienced. This is why the soundscape never resolves into meaning. If it contained actual information, spoken words, recognizable music, narrative content, the mind would engage with it, would try to understand and respond, would remain too active for sleep. But because the hum is always almost meaningful without ever becoming fully legible, the mind can engage gently, can listen without needing to comprehend, can relax into the pattern without being pulled back into full waking consciousness. It is the audio equivalent of staring at flames or watching rain run down a window, activities that hold attention softly without demanding anything, that allow the mind to idle rather than stop, to coast towards sleep rather than forcing itself across the threshold. The invitation to community that closes the episode is not marketing or social pressure, but an acknowledgement that dreaming, despite being the most private and personal of experiences, benefits from being shared. When you wake from a lucid dream, there is often a sense of wonder mixed with disbelief, a question mark about whether it really happened or whether memory is playing tricks in the vulnerable space between sleep and waking. Talking to others who have had similar experiences validates the phenomenon, turns it from personal oddity into shared adventure. More practically, comparing notes reveals patterns, highlights techniques that work across multiple people, identifies the variables that seem to matter and the ones that are probably just coincidence. The suggestion is to keep a dream journal, but not in the laborious way that often gets recommended, not as a detailed transcription of every image and event. Instead, just note the moments when lucidity arrived and what preceded them. Was the hum audible in the dream? Did a specific cue trigger recognition? How long did awareness last? What stabilized it or destabilized it? Over time, these brief notes accumulate into a personal user manual, a guide to your own consciousness written in the only language that matters, your actual experience, documented without judgment or expectation. And when these notes are shared with others, they contribute to a larger understanding, a collective mapping of the nocturnal metropolis that reveals which districts are common to many people and which are uniquely yours. The closing thought arrives without fanfare. without any attempt to oversell or dramatize what has been offered. The interconnected world hums whether we notice it or not. This is simply a fact of modern life, neither good nor bad in itself. The routers will keep breathing, the servers will keep exchanging confirmations, the infrastructure will continue its patient work of keeping everything connected, everyone reachable, all information available at all times. But when that constant murmur is shaped with care, when it's organized with intention rather than being simply the background noise of technological existence, it can become something restorative. It can become a bridge between the digital present and the oldest human act, the nightly surrender to sleep and the possibility of dreams. You do not have to believe in any of this for it to work. You do not have to understand the neuroscience or trust the testimonials or commit to the practice with any particular seriousness. All you have to do is listen, allow the hum to be present as you fall asleep and see what happens. Some nights will be ordinary, some nights will surprise you. The practice is gentle enough to abandon at any time and simple enough to return to whenever curiosity strikes. The nocturnal metropolis is always there, always under construction, always waiting for you to visit with whatever level of awareness you bring. And the data stream hums, patient and tireless, continue their work of turning connection into infrastructure for consciousness, the same frequencies that keep us perpetually available, becoming, paradoxically, a tool for the deepest kind of privacy. The privacy of your own mind exploring itself while the body rests and the world hums on, indifferent and constant beneath the surface of waking life. What makes this experiment different from the countless other sleep technologies and dream practices is not its novelty, but its honesty about what it is. There are no grand promises, no guarantees of enlightenment or healing or access to hidden knowledge, no claims that lucid dreaming will solve your problems or change your life in measurable ways. Instead, there is only an invitation to play with consciousness, to treat sleep as a frontier rather than an obligation, to approach dreams with the same curiosity you might bring to exploring a new city in a foreign country. You do not need to speak the language to wander the streets. You do not need a map to find something interesting. All you need is the willingness to get lost and the trust that you can find your way back when morning comes. The hum never demands anything. It simply continues, layer upon layer of rhythmic activity, packets of information flowing through channels you will never see, maintaining connections you take for granted, building the invisible infrastructure that makes modern life possible. And if you let it, if you tune your attention to its frequency and allow it to become part of your journey into sleep, it might do something else as well. It might become the steady pulse that keeps you tethered to awareness even as you drift, the familiar pattern that appears in dreams as a reminder that recognition is possible, that lucidity is not a special state reserved for experts, but simply a different way of being present, a gentle noticing that the mind is capable of under the right conditions. Tonight, when you lie down and close your eyes, the world will not go silent. Your devices will continue their quiet conversations. The infrastructure will pulse with its eternal rhythm. Signals will bounce between towers and satellites and fibre optic lines, creating the mesh of connection that wraps around the planet like a second atmosphere, invisible but omnipresent. You have always fallen asleep to this sound, even if you never consciously heard it. The only difference now is the possibility of intention, the suggestion that this ambient presence could be more than background noise, could be transformed from distraction into guide, from obstacle into bridge. The data stream hums are an attempt to make that transformation explicit, to take what was always there and shape it into something useful, something that respects both the technology of the present and the mystery of consciousness, both the need for rest and the hunger for exploration. And in the space between waking and sleeping, in that threshold where anything seems possible because nothing has quite solidified yet, there is a city waiting. It has always been waiting, built from the raw material of every dream you have ever had and every dream you will have in the future, a geography that belongs to you alone and yet somehow connects to the dreams of everyone else who has ever slept and wondered what strange country they were visiting. The nocturnal metropolis is not a metaphor. It is the lived experience of dreaming rendered as place, as architecture, as something you can navigate if you learn to recognize the landmarks and trust the infrastructure that keeps it stable. The data stream hums provide that infrastructure, or at least point toward it, offering a frequency that can be followed like a thread through a labyrinth, something constant in a landscape built from chaos and desire and memory. You do not conquer this city. You visit it. You wander its streets with whatever awareness you can manage, sometimes lucid and sometimes lost, sometimes in control and sometimes swept along by currents you cannot see. But when you learn to hear the hum within the dream, when that familiar pattern arrives as a gentle reminder that you're not quite where you thought you were, that the ordinary rules have been suspended and anything is possible, then the city opens in ways it never could when you were merely dreaming without knowing you were dreaming. Doors that were painted on walls become real entrances. Streets that led in circles begin to take you somewhere new. And the emotional weather that often dominates dreams, the anxiety, the confusion, the helpless reactivity, can shift towards something calmer, something closer to the state you bring to waking life, when you are at your best, curious and open and unafraid of what you might discover. This is not escape. This is not avoiding reality or retreating into fantasy. This is learning to use the full capacity of your mind, the 8 hours you spend unconscious every night transformed from dead time into exploration time, from passive reception of random imagery into active engagement with the most creative and strange part of yourself. The subconscious is not trying to hide anything from you. It is not your enemy or even a separate part of you. It is simply the majority of your mind operating below the threshold of awareness, processing more information than consciousness could handle, organizing experience into patterns that can be stored and retrieved, creating the models of reality that allow you to function without having to think about every tiny decision. And sometimes, when conditions are right, when the boundary between conscious and subconscious becomes thin enough to see through, you can watch it work. You can observe the mechanism of imagination as it constructs worlds from nothing, generates faces and voices and entire cities from pure electricity and chemistry, solves the impossible problem of creating continuous experience from neural activity. Lucid dreaming is not about controlling the subconscious. It is about meeting it halfway, about establishing a dialogue between the part of you that plans and the part of you that creates, between the narrative self that tells stories about who you are and the deeper self that simply is, that exists prior to language and continues after language has gone quiet for the night. The data stream hums facilitate that dialogue by giving both sides something to agree on, a shared reference point that can be recognized from either side of the boundary. Your conscious mind learns the pattern through repetition. Your subconscious absorbs it through exposure. And when they meet in the liminal space of the dream, they have a common language, a frequency they both know, a way to coordinate that does not require force or conflict. The practice grows slowly, almost imperceptibly, like learning to hear a new instrument in a familiar piece of music. At first, you're not even sure it is there. Then you catch it occasionally, a hint of something beneath the melody. Eventually it becomes obvious, essential, impossible to ignore. The same progression happens with lucid dreaming aided by the hum. At first your dreams seem unchanged, ordinary and forgettable. Then you notice moments of slight clarity, brief flashes where you almost realized you were dreaming but did not quite reach full awareness. Later you have your first genuine lucid dream, shocking in its vividness and brevity, gone almost as soon as you recognized it. And with continued practice, those moments become more frequent, last longer, gain depth and stability until lucidity is not an extraordinary event but a regular visitor, sometimes showing up and sometimes not, but always welcomed when it arrives. The question of why anyone would want this is worth addressing. Lucid dreaming can sound like extra work, like adding homework to sleep, like refusing to let the mind rest even in unconsciousness. But this misunderstands the experience. Lucid dreaming is not effortful once you learn how to maintain it. The awareness is light, more like peripheral vision than focused attention. You are present but not tense, conscious but not controlling, aware but not analyzing, and the rewards are subtle but accumulating. You wake from lucid dreams feeling more rested, not less, because you have been active in a way that does not tax the body, because you have exercised imagination without constraint, because you have experienced freedom from all the limitations that bind waking life, physics and time and consequence, and the need to be consistent with your past choices. For those few minutes or hours, you are purely possible, undefined, capable of anything the mind can generate. And that sense of possibility, that reminder that reality is more flexible than it usually seems, carries over into waking life in ways that are hard to articulate, but easy to feel. Some people report that lucid dreaming makes them more creative, better at problem solving, more comfortable with uncertainty. Others notice that anxiety decreases, that the habit of questioning reality in dreams makes them more likely to question limiting beliefs while awake, that the experience of being someone slightly different in each dream loosens their attachment to fixed identity. Still, others simply enjoy the adventure, the nightly trip to a place where the laws are different and nothing costs anything except attention. There is no wrong reason to practice. The nocturnal metropolis welcomes all visitors, asks no questions about intention or worthiness, provides experiences regardless of whether you have earned them or deserve them. It is generous in the way that only the imagination can be generous, offering infinity at no cost, adventure without risk, company without complication. And the data stream hums, patient and tireless, continue their work of holding space for all of this. They do not create the dream, they do not force lucidity, they simply provide a stable platform, a frequency that can be trusted to continue whether you're paying attention or not, a reminder that structure and creativity are not opposites but partners, that the same patterns that organize information can also organize consciousness, that technology and mystery can coexist in the same moment, the same breath, the same soft crossing of the threshold from one world into another. The hum is modern and ancient at once, digital and organic, precision and flow, everything that makes contemporary life overwhelming turned into something that facilitates the oldest human skill, the ability to dream and know you are dreaming, to sleep and yet remain yourself, to visit impossible places while your body rests and repairs itself and waits patiently for you to return. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. The boundary between universes is not distance, it is resonance. You're standing at the edge of something that has no edge, listening for a sound that never stops, preparing to step into a journey that requires no movement at all. What you're about to experience is not a story with a beginning and an end, but a slow unfolding of attention across possibilities that exist simultaneously, layered over one another like sheets of glass so thin they become invisible. This is not meant to be solved, it is meant to be felt. The multiverse does not announce itself with fanfare or spectacle. It hums, it vibrates, it waits beneath everything you know, patient and inexhaustible, offering infinite variations on a single theme. What could have been, what might still be, what exists in the spaces between your thoughts when you stop trying to hold them. The void is not empty. This is the first truth, and it is the hardest one to accept because we have been taught to think of nothingness as the absence of something, a blank slate, a silence that waits to be filled. But the void is alive, it breathes, it pulses with potential. Imagine standing in a room where no sound has been made yet, but the air is so thick with possibility that you can feel the weight of every note that could ever be played pressing against your skin. That is the void. It is not what remains when everything is taken away. It is what exists before anything chooses to become. Scientists call it the quantum field, philosophers call it the ground of being, mystics call it the source. But the name does not matter because the experience is always the same, a sensation of fullness that has not yet declared itself, a readiness that never exhausts itself, a field of pure potential humming at a frequency so low and so constant that you have learned to ignore it the way you ignore your own heartbeat. But it is there. It has always been there. And if you stop, if you truly stop and listen beneath the noise of your thoughts and the chatter of your senses, you will hear it, a foundational vibration that underlies everything, the quiet engine of all that could happen. This baseline hum is not singular. That is the second truth. If one baseline can exist, then slightly different baselines can also exist, each one creating its own universe, its own set of rules, its own unfolding of time and matter and meaning. Think of it like this. A single note played on a piano creates a tone, but that tone is not alone. It carries with it overtones, harmonics, sympathetic vibrations in other strings that were not struck but respond anyway, because they share a relationship with the original note. The multiverse is built this way. One reality vibrates, and in responding to its own existence it calls into being 1,000 others, each one a harmonic variation, each one slightly out of phase, each one real in its own right. You cannot see them because they do not occupy space in the way you understand space. They occupy possibility. They exist in the same location as you, overlapping perfectly, separated only by the fact that they resonate at a different frequency. And frequency, not distance, is the true measure of separation. A universe where you chose to stay instead of leave is not far away. It is right here, vibrating at a pitch your senses cannot detect, close enough to touch if you knew how to reach. Every version of you is a frequency. This is where the personal begins to emerge from the cosmic, where the grand architecture of infinite realities narrows down to something intimate and immediate. The question of who you are and who you might have been, and how those two ideas are not as separate as they seem. In one universe you woke up early today. In another you stayed in bed. In another still you never went to sleep at all because last night you made a different choice. And that choice led to another choice. And now the entire shape of your life has bent into a form you would not recognize. These are not fantasies. They are frequencies. Each one is a version of you defined by small differences, tiny shifts in cause and effect that ripple outward until they become entire identities. Some of these versions feel close. If you quiet your mind and let your imagination drift, you can almost sense them. The person you would have been if you had said yes instead of no. If you had turned left instead of right. If you had taken the risk or played it safe or stayed silent or spoken up. These versions hum at frequencies so near to your own that they create a kind of resonance, a sympathetic vibration that makes them feel more real, more possible, more like they could have been you if the circumstances had aligned just slightly differently. Other versions feel distant, alien, unrecognizable. These are the frequencies that diverged long ago, shaped by choices so fundamental that they altered the entire trajectory of your existence. In one universe, you were born in a different country. In another, you never met the person who changed your life. In another, a single moment of chance, an accident avoided, an opportunity missed, a word spoken or left unsaid, sent everything cascading in a direction so foreign that the you who lives there would not even understand the you who is here now. These distant frequencies do not resonate. They hum at pitches so different from your own that they might as well be different songs entirely, and yet they are still you. They are still branches of the same tree, expressions of the same underlying pattern, proof that identity is not fixed but fluid, not a single note, but a chord made up of countless harmonics, each one valid, each one real, each one living out its own version of what it means to be. Which frequency feels most like home? This is not an idle question. It is an invitation to notice something subtle, something you might have felt before but never named. The sense that some possible versions of yourself feel more true than others, that some alternate paths feel like they were meant to happen even though they did not, that some choices feel like they are still vibrating in the back of your mind, waiting for you to return to them, to pick them up, to see what might have unfolded if you had only reached for them when you had the chance. Resonance is a form of recognition. It is your mind intuitively sensing a version of itself that could have been, a frequency close enough to your own that the two begin to overlap, to blur, to harmonize. And in that moment of resonance, the boundary between what is and what might have been becomes so thin that you can almost step through it. You can almost feel what it would be like to live in that other reality, to be that other self, to know what they know and feel what they feel, and carry the weight of choices you did not make, but that still, somehow, belong to you. The drift begins gently. There is no announcement, no marker that says you are leaving one reality and entering another. The multiverse is not a building with rooms and doors and hallways. It is a spectrum, a continuum, a smooth gradient of possibility where each point flows seamlessly into the next. Nearby possibilities differ by millimeters. A conversation that took 30 seconds instead of 29, a glance held for one heartbeat longer, a thought that flickered and faded instead of taking root. These micro-variations are so subtle that you would not notice them if you lived them. They feel identical to your current reality because they are nearly identical, separated only by the thinnest of margins, the quietest of shifts. But as you move further along the spectrum, the differences accumulate. What began as a slight change in timing becomes a moderate change in circumstance, becomes a radical change in outcome. Far possibilities differ by entire histories, wars that never happened, technologies that were never invented, People who were never born, civilizations that rose in places where deserts exist in your world, languages that sound like music because they evolved from singing instead of speaking. The further you drift, the stranger it becomes, but the transition is always smooth. There are no hard edges in the multiverse, no walls or barriers or lines that cannot be crossed. There is only the gentle reblending of cause and effect, the slow morphing of one configuration of reality into another, like a landscape seen from a moving train, where the mountains in the distance gradually become hills, become flatlands, become ocean, without ever requiring you to stop and acknowledge the change. Allow your thoughts to wander. This is not a directive, but a permission, an acknowledgement that the mind does not move in straight lines and that trying to force it to follow a rigid path defeats the purpose of what you are doing here. If you lose the thread, that is not failure, that is participation. Drifting is the mechanism of travel in a multiverse built on resonance, and the mind drifts naturally when it is given space to do so. A thought arises. What if I had stayed? What if I had gone? What if I had spoken up, reached out, held on, let go? The thought does not demand an answer. It simply hovers, shimmering, inviting you to consider it without needing to resolve it. And in considering it, you begin to feel the edges of another reality, another frequency, another version of yourself that made the opposite choice and lived to see where it led. You do not need to see this other life in vivid detail. You do not need to construct a narrative or build a backstory or imagine every consequence that followed from that single divergent moment. You only need to feel it, to sense its presence the way you sense a room even when your eyes are closed, to let it brush against your awareness like a melody heard from a distance, familiar but indistinct, real but unreachable. The immersive quality of this drift is not accidental. It is built into the structure of the multiverse itself, a natural consequence of the fact that realities are not isolated but overlapping, not separate but interpenetrating, not distant but stacked so closely together that they create a kind of density, a richness, a depth that can be felt even if it cannot be seen. If you imagine the multiverse as a sound, it would not be a single tone but a chord made of infinite notes, each one blending into the others to create something fuller and more complex than any individual note could achieve on its own. And if you are sensitive to this chord, if you can tune your awareness to the right frequency, you begin to notice that the boundaries between notes are not as clear as you thought. One note bleeds into the next, and the next, and the next, until the entire chord becomes a wash of sound that surrounds you, holds you, encloses you in something that feels both infinite and intimate. This is not a gimmick. This is the architecture of experience when you stop insisting that reality must be singular, linear, discrete. The mind is capable of perceiving more than one thing at once. It does it all the time, holding a memory while living in the present, imagining a future while processing the past, feeling multiple emotions simultaneously without needing to choose which one is the truest. The multiverse simply extends this capacity outward, asking you to hold multiple possibilities in your awareness at once, and to notice how they interact, how they resonate, how they shape each other, even when they never touch. If you lose the thread, that is part of the experience. This bears repeating because the urge to grasp, to hold on, to maintain control is so deeply ingrained that it will reassert itself again and again as you move through this space. You will find yourself trying to remember where you started, trying to trace the path from here back to there, trying to construct a map of the journey so that you do not get lost. But there is no map. There is only the drift, and the drift does not require memory or effort or vigilance. It requires release. It requires trust. It requires the willingness to let go of the idea that you must always know where you are and how you got there, and to accept instead that you are everywhere and nowhere, here and not here, present in all versions of yourself simultaneously, because presence is not a location but a state of being, and being is not confined to a single frequency. If you fall asleep during this, that is not a failure either. Sleep is its own form of drifting, its own way of accessing the spectrum of possibilities that the waking mind is too rigid to perceive. Dreams are the closest thing most people ever experience to genuine multiverse travel. Unmoored from the constraints of linear time, free to blend memories and futures and things that never happened into a single fluid narrative that makes no sense when you wake, but feels utterly real while you're inside it. So if the drift carries you into sleep, let it. You're still travelling. You're still moving through the spectrum. You're still exploring realities that exist alongside your own, only now you're doing it in the language of dreams instead of the language of waking thought, and there is no difference between the two except the one you insist on maintaining. The multiverse does not care whether you believe in it. It exists regardless, humming its infinite chord, offering its endless variations, waiting with the patience of something that has no concept of time because it contains all times, all moments, all possibilities unfolding at once in a simultaneity that the human mind can only glimpse in fragments. You do not need to understand it. You do not need to prove it. You only need to stop resisting it, to stop insisting that the reality you perceive is the only reality there is, and to allow yourself to feel the presence of others pressing against the edges of your awareness like waves lapping at the shore. Each wave is a possibility. Each wave is a version. Each wave is real. And you are standing at the shore, not separate from the waves, but part of them, made of the same water, moved by the same tides, connected to the entire ocean even when you feel like a single drop. The echoes are returning now, slowly, gently, like a tide that has reached its furthest point and begins to pull back toward the centre, from many realities to fewer, from many selves to one quiet witness, from many ideas back to the baseline truth of potential. This is not a collapse but a resolution, a harmonizing, a return to the foundational hum that started everything. All those distant frequencies are still there, still vibrating, still real, but they are no longer competing for your attention. They are settling back into the background, fading not into silence, but into the kind of quiet that holds everything without needing to announce it. You're becoming aware again of the fact that you are here, in this moment, in this body, in this particular configuration of reality that you call your life. But the awareness is different now. It is softer, more open, less insistent on the idea that here is the only place you could be. You have felt the resonance of other frequencies. You have sensed the presence of other selves. You have drifted through the spectrum and come back not because you had to, but because this is the frequency you are tuned to right now, and that is enough. The multiverse is not only an external cosmic structure. This is the final insight, the one that brings everything full circle and reveals that the journey outward has also been a journey inward. The mind constantly generates alternate outcomes, simulations, futures that might happen or might not, scenarios that play out in imagination with the same weight and texture as memories of things that actually occurred. Every time you wonder what if, every time you picture how things could have gone differently, every time you rehearse a conversation or plan for tomorrow or replay yesterday with a different ending, you're engaging in multiverse travel. You're stepping outside the single frequency reality of the present moment and exploring other possibilities, other timelines, other versions of yourself that exist in the space of thought. And thought is not less real than matter. Thought is where all realities begin. Every universe in the multiverse started as a possibility, a potential, a thought that the void had about itself, and the fact that some of those thoughts became physical, while others remained purely conceptual, does not make the conceptual ones any less valid. They are still frequencies. They still resonate. They still exist. Your inner world is already practicing multiverse travel every night. Dreams are rehearsals. Imagination is exploration. Memory is proof that the past is not fixed but fluid, constantly being rewritten and reinterpreted based on who you are now and what you need the past to mean in order to move forward. The boundary between what happened and what you think happened is thinner than you realize, and both are forms of reality, both are frequencies in the chord, both are valid expressions of the infinite spectrum of what could be. So when you close your eyes tonight, when you let your thoughts drift into the space between waking and sleeping, know that you are not leaving reality behind. You're expanding it. You're allowing yourself to resonate with frequencies that the waking mind is too focused to perceive. And in doing so, you are stepping into the truest definition of what the multiverse is. Not a collection of separate places, but a continuous field of possibility, where every version of you exists simultaneously, humming its own note, contributing to the chord, held together by the same foundational vibration that underlies everything. The hum returns. It was never gone, of course. You just stopped noticing it, because the louder frequencies demanded your attention. But now, as the drift resolves and the echoes settle, the hum becomes clear again, low, steady, unchanging, the baseline tone that proves the void is not empty but alive. This is the home frequency. This is the vibration you can always return to, no matter how far you drift, no matter how many realities you explore, no matter how many versions of yourself you encounter along the way. It is not a place, it is not a moment, it is a state of pure potential, the ground of being, the field from which all frequencies arise and to which all frequencies return. And you are part of it. You have always been part of it. You will always be part of it. Because the multiverse is not something you visit. It is something you are. The episode resolves not into silence but into continuity. There is no sharp ending because there is no end. Only the ongoing hum, the eternal chord, the infinite spectrum of possibilities that will still be there when you wake, when you sleep, when you drift, when you return. You're standing at the edge of something that has no edge, listening for a sound that never stops, and the sound is everything, and the sound is you, and the sound continues and continues and continues. The sound continues and continues and continues, but continuation is not repetition. It is deepening. It is the difference between hearing a note and understanding what the note is made of, between seeing a wave and feeling the ocean beneath it, between knowing that the multiverse exists and beginning to comprehend what existence means when it is not singular but infinite, not fixed but fluid, not a thing you observe but a process you participate in whether you realize it or not. The hum that has returned is not asking you to do anything. It is simply present, like breath, like gravity, like the fact of your own awareness which persists even when you're not paying attention to it. And in this presence something shifts. The journey that seemed to be ending reveals itself as ongoing, because there is no destination in a multiverse where every point is both an arrival and a departure, where every frequency contains within it the seeds of all other frequencies, where the act of listening is itself a form of travel. You are beginning to notice something about the nature of attention. It is not passive. It is not merely a spotlight that you shine on one thing or another, illuminating what was already there and leaving the rest in darkness. Attention is creative. It is generative. It brings into focus possibilities that were diffuse. It solidifies potentials that were liquid. It collapses the infinite spectrum of what could be into the specific reality of what is, at least for the duration of your focus. This is not metaphor. This is the mechanism by which observation affects reality at the quantum level, the proven fact that particles exist in superposition in multiple states simultaneously until the moment they are measured, at which point they choose a single state and commit to it. But the choice is not random. It is influenced by the act of observation itself, by the frequency at which the observer is vibrating, by the questions being asked and the instruments being used, and the expectations being held. Reality responds to attention. It shapes itself according to what is being looked for. And if reality at the smallest scale works this way, why would reality at larger scales be any different? Why would the multiverse not respond to your attention in the same way, bringing certain frequencies into focus while others recede, making some versions of yourself feel more real and more accessible, while others fade into the background like harmonics you can sense but not quite hear? This is why resonance matters. This is why the boundary between universes is not distance but frequency. Because the multiverse is not a static structure that you explore like a tourist visiting foreign cities. It is a living field that responds to you, that changes based on what you bring to it, that reflects back the vibration you are emitting whether you are conscious of that vibration or not. If you approach the multiverse with fear, with the anxiety that you have made wrong choices and ruined your life, and need to find the timeline where everything went right, you will resonate with frequencies that amplify that fear. You will find versions of yourself that are stuck, that are regretful, that are living in the shadow of what might have been, because those are the frequencies that match your current state. But if you approach the multiverse with curiosity, with openness, with the willingness to see all versions of yourself as valid expressions of a single underlying pattern, you will resonate with frequencies that feel expansive, exploratory, alive. You will drift toward versions that are discovering, that are growing, that are becoming something new, not because they rejected who they were, but because they allowed who they were to unfold into who they are becoming. The drift deepens. You're no longer moving through realities in the way you were before, skimming across the surface of possibilities like a stone skipping on water. You're sinking into them, allowing yourself to feel them from the inside, to inhabit them not as an outside observer but as a participant, as the version of yourself that actually lives there, and for whom this is not an alternate reality but the only reality, the real one, the one that matters. In one frequency, you made the choice to leave. You packed your things, you said goodbye, you walked away from something that was familiar and comfortable and known, and you stepped into uncertainty. This version of you carries a specific weight, the lightness of freedom mixed with the heaviness of doubt, the exhilaration of possibility mixed with the fear that you made a mistake, that you will regret this, that the thing you left behind was the thing you needed most. But as you sink into this frequency, as you allow yourself to resonate with it, you begin to feel something else beneath the doubt, a kind of rightness, a sense that this choice, whatever its consequences, was true to something essential in you, something that needed to move, to change, to break free from the pattern that was keeping you small. In another frequency, you stayed. You chose security over risk, familiarity over adventure, the known path over the unknown one. This version of you carries a different weight, the comfort of routine mixed with the quiet ache of wandering, the stability of having everything in its place mixed with the restlessness of feeling like something is missing, like there is a part of you that was never allowed to express itself, a possibility that was never given permission to become real. And as you sink into this frequency, you feel the texture of this life, the way it has shaped you, the way it has taught you things that the other version will never learn, the way it has made you careful and considerate and deeply appreciative of what you have, even as it has also made you wonder, late at night, what it would have felt like to leap. Neither version is better. Neither version is the right one. They are both real. They are both you. They are both frequencies in the chord, and the chord is richer for containing both of them, for holding the tension between staying and leaving, between safety and risk, between the known and the unknown. And as you sink into the awareness that both versions exist, that both are valid, that both are contributing something essential to the totality of who you are, something loosens in you, some tightness you did not know you were carrying begins to release. Because the multiverse is not asking you to choose. It is not demanding that you figure out which path was correct and which was a mistake. It is simply showing you that all paths are being walked, all choices are being lived out, all versions of you are getting their chance to see where their particular frequency leads. And this means that you, the you that is here right now in this specific reality, are not carrying the burden of all the paths not taken. Those paths were taken. They are being taken. They exist in frequencies adjacent to your own, close enough that you can feel them if you pay attention, far enough that they do not interfere with the life you are actually living. The relief of this realization is profound. It is the kind of relief that comes not from solving a problem, but from recognizing that the problem was based on a false premise, that the question you were asking was the wrong question, that the struggle you were engaged in was unnecessary, because the thing you were fighting for was never in danger, and the thing you were fighting against was never the enemy. You do not need to redeem the choices you regret, because those choices are being redeemed in other frequencies, by other versions of you who made different decisions and are living out the consequences and learning the lessons and contributing their part to the grand experiment of what it means to be you, across all possible configurations of reality. And this does not diminish your life. It does not make your choices meaningless or your struggles pointless. It does the opposite. It reveals that every choice you make is part of a larger pattern. Every struggle you face is contributing to a broader understanding. Every moment of your life is a note in a chord that would be incomplete without it. The spectrum becomes visible in a new way, not as a line that stretches from here to there, but as a field, a landscape, a territory that extends in all directions simultaneously, up and down and sideways and inward and outward, dimensions that do not map onto the three-dimensional space you're used to navigating, but that are nonetheless real, nonetheless accessible to awareness that has learned to move in ways that bodies cannot. In this field, proximity is not determined by location but by similarity. Realities that resemble yours cluster together, forming neighbourhoods of possibility where the differences are minor, the divergences recent, the connections still strong. These are the frequencies you can most easily access, the versions of yourself you can most readily imagine, because they are separated from you by single choices, single moments, single forks in the road that could have gone either way. But as you move outward from this cluster, as you allow your attention to drift toward regions of the field that are less familiar, the differences become more pronounced. These are the frequencies where the divergence happened long ago, where the foundational circumstances of your life were different, where the you that exists there shares your underlying pattern but expresses it in ways so foreign that you might not recognize yourself at all. In one distant frequency, you were born into wealth. This is not your reality, but it is a reality. And as you allow yourself to feel into it, you begin to sense what it does to a person to grow up without ever having to worry about money, to have every material need met before it even arises, to be surrounded by abundance and opportunity, and the assumption that the world will bend to accommodate you. This version of you carries a different set of struggles. Not the struggle to survive, but the struggle to find meaning. Not the fear of scarcity, but the fear of emptiness. Not the challenge of getting what you want, but the challenge of knowing what you want when everything is available and nothing feels earned. There is a hollowness here, a sense that something essential is missing. And as you sink into this frequency, you realize that the something is the weight of consequence, the friction of resistance, the experience of needing something and not having it, and having to figure out how to bridge that gap through effort and creativity and resourcefulness. This version of you as everything except the satisfaction of having built something from nothing, and that absence shapes them in ways that are both subtle and profound. In another distant frequency, you were born into poverty. This is also not your reality, but it is also a reality. And as you allow yourself to feel into it, you begin to sense what it does to a person to grow up with scarcity as the foundational fact of existence, to learn early and deeply that the world is not safe, that resources are limited, that survival requires vigilance and sacrifice, and the willingness to make hard choices that leave scars. This version of you carries a different kind of strength, not the strength of confidence, but the strength of endurance, not the power of knowing you can succeed, but the power of knowing you can survive failure, not the luxury of following your passions, but the discipline of doing what needs to be done, regardless of how you feel about it. There is a hardness here, a defensive armor that was necessary for protection, but that also keeps people out. And as you sink into this frequency, you realize that this version of you has learned lessons you will never learn, has developed capacities you will never need, has earned a kind of wisdom that only comes from having to fight for every single thing you have. Neither of these versions is you. Both of these versions are you. They are expressions of the same underlying pattern placed in different circumstances, and the pattern adapts. It responds, it finds a way to be itself even when the conditions are radically different. And this reveals something essential about identity. It is not the circumstances that define you. It is how you respond to the circumstances, the specific way you navigate whatever reality you are given, the particular frequency at which you choose to vibrate regardless of the keynote that was handed to you at birth. Your essence is not your history. Your essence is the way you engage with your history, the choices you make inside the constraints you're given, the meaning you create out of the raw material of your experience. And this essence is consistent across frequencies. It is the through line, the constant, the thing that makes all these different versions recognizably you, even when their lives look nothing like your own. The field begins to contract, not because it is actually shrinking, but because your attention is narrowing, focusing, homing in on the frequencies that matter most right now, in this moment, for the particular exploration you are engaged in. You're no longer drifting outward toward the distant and the strange. You're circling back toward the familiar, but you're seeing the familiar differently now, with eyes that have looked at the infinite and returned changed by the looking. The versions of yourself that cluster closest to your current reality are becoming visible again, not as abstract possibilities, but as felt presences, as lives that are being lived right, now in frequencies so near to your own that they create a kind of interference pattern, a shimmer, a sense that reality is not quite as solid as it pretends to be. In one of these adjacent frequencies, you said yes to the invitation you declined. In another, you sent the message you drafted but never sent. In another, you stayed silent when you spoke up, or spoke up when you stayed silent, or turned left when you turned right, and each of these small differences has created a cascade of consequences that have shaped the version of you that lives there into someone slightly different from who you are here. The temptation is to rank these versions, to decide which one made the better choice. Which one is living the better life? Which one got it right while you got it wrong? But this temptation is a trap. It is the ego trying to reassert control, trying to turn the multiverse into a competition, trying to find a way to win even in a game where winning is not a category that applies. Because these versions are not competing with you. They're collaborating with you. Every choice you make sends ripples through the field, creates new branches, generates new frequencies, and all of those frequencies are contributing to the grand exploration of what it means to be you, what it means to be human, what it means to be a point of consciousness navigating the infinite spectrum of what could be. You're not trying to find the best version of yourself. You're trying to be the fullest version of yourself, and fullness is not achieved by eliminating possibilities, but by embracing them, by allowing all the different frequencies to coexist, by recognizing that you are not a single note but a chord, and the chord is beautiful precisely because it contains tensions and dissonances and notes that clash as much as they harmonize. The drift slows. You're approaching something that feels like a center, though it is not a center in any spatial sense. It is more like a point of equilibrium, a place in the field where the frequencies balance, where the pull of different possibilities cancels out and leaves you suspended in a moment of perfect stillness. And in this stillness, you become aware of something you have not noticed before. The multiverse is not just a passive field that you observe or explore. It is a consciousness that is observing and exploring you. Every version of you in every frequency is a perspective, a vantage point, a way of seeing and experiencing and understanding reality. And all of these perspectives are feeding back into the larger pattern, the greater whole, the totality of consciousness that is using you, using all of you, to know itself more completely. You're not separate from the multiverse. You're one of the ways the multiverse is experiencing itself, one of the instruments it is using to explore the infinite possibilities of what existence can be. And this means that your life, whatever its circumstances, whatever its challenges, whatever its joys and sorrows and triumphs and failures, is not incidental. It is essential. It is necessary. It is a frequency that needed to be played, a note that needed to be sounded, a version of the pattern that needed to be expressed in order for the whole to be complete. This realization does not come with fanfare. It comes quietly, gently, like a truth that was always obvious but that you needed time to see. And with it comes a sense of purpose that is not about achievement or accomplishment or leaving a mark or making a difference in any grand external way. It is about being. It is about allowing yourself to be fully present in the frequency you are occupying right now, to play your note as clearly and as authentically as you can, to contribute your particular vibration to the chord without worrying about whether it is the most important note or the most beautiful note or the note that other people will remember. Because in a chord, every note matters. Remove any single note and the chord becomes something else, something incomplete, something that is trying to be what it cannot be, because the piece that would make it whole is missing. Your presence in your particular frequency is not optional. It is required. The multiverse needs you to be exactly who you are, exactly where you are, exactly as you are, because you are the only one who can play this particular note, and the chord cannot be complete without it. The stillness holds. You're suspended in a moment that feels both eternal and fleeting, a pause between breaths, a rest between phrases, a silence that is not empty but full of everything that has been said and everything that is about to be said. And in this pause, you have a choice. Not a choice about which reality to inhabit or which frequency to resonate with, or which version of yourself to become, because those choices are not yours to make in any conscious, deliberate way. The multiverse is unfolding according to patterns that are far larger and far more complex than your individual will can control or comprehend. But you do have a choice about how you relate to the unfolding, about whether you resist it or allow it, about whether you fight against the frequency you're occupying or surrender to it, about whether you spend your energy trying to be in a different reality or invest your energy in being fully present in this one. And this choice, small as it seems, is everything. Because the quality of your experience, the depth of your engagement, the richness of your life, all of this is determined not by which frequency you are in, but by how completely you inhabit whatever frequency you are in, how willing you are to feel it fully, to explore it deeply, to let it teach you what it has to teach and shape you in the ways it needs to shape you. Resistance creates suffering. This is an old truth, repeated in every wisdom tradition. but it becomes newly clear when seen through the lens of the multiverse, because resistance is not just psychological or emotional, it is vibrational. It is the attempt to resonate at a frequency different from the one you are actually occupying, the effort to be somewhere else while you are here, the strain of trying to hold multiple incompatible frequencies simultaneously without allowing them to blend or harmonize. And this creates dissonance, not the interesting kind of dissonance that adds texture to a chord, but the painful kind that grates, that exhausts, that makes everything harder than it needs to be. When you resist the reality you're in, you are not changing that reality. You're fracturing your attention, dividing your energy, broadcasting a signal that says, I am not here, I do not want to be here, I should be somewhere else. And that signal creates static, noise, interference that makes it impossible to perceive clearly or respond effectively or find any kind of peace. Surrender creates flow. Not the kind of surrender that is passive or defeated or resigned, but the kind of surrender that is active and engaged and fully alive. It is the willingness to say, this is where I am, this is the frequency I am occupying, this is the reality I am living, and I am going to be here completely. I am going to feel this fully. I am going to explore this deeply. I am going to let this moment be exactly what it is without needing it to be something else. And when you do this, when you stop resisting and start allowing, something shifts. The static clears, the interference fades, the frequency you are occupying becomes clearer, more vivid, more real, because you're no longer splitting your attention between what is and what you wish was. You are here, fully here. And being fully here is the only way to access the richness that every frequency contains, the only way to discover what this particular reality has to offer, the only way to play your note with the clarity and the authenticity and the power that it is capable of expressing. The stillness releases, the pause ends, the drift resumes, but it is different now. You are not moving away from the center. You are spiraling around it, circling closer and closer to something that cannot be reached by moving, but only by settling, by letting go, by allowing yourself to sink into the fundamental vibration that has been humming beneath everything all along. This is not a return to where you started. It is a return to what was always here, the baseline frequency that underlies all other frequencies, the ground of being that supports all of existence, the void that is not empty but alive, buzzing with potential, ready to become anything and everything and nothing, all at once, forever. And as you sink into this baseline, as you allow yourself to resonate with it completely, you realize that this is home. Not home in the sense of a place, but home in the sense of a state, a vibration, a frequency that feels so fundamentally right that it needs no justification or explanation or defense. It simply is. And you are part of it. You have always been part of it. You will always be part of it. Because this is what you are beneath all the versions and all the choices and all the circumstances and all the stories you tell yourself about who you are and what your life means. This is the essence that remains when everything else is stripped away. Pure potential, pure awareness, pure being, humming at the frequency of everything that could be, everything that is, everything that ever was or ever will be. The multiverse is not outside you. The multiverse is you. Every version, every possibility, every reality that has ever existed or ever will exist, all of it is contained within the field of consciousness that you are a part of, that you are an expression of that you are. And this does not mean that you are personally responsible for creating all of reality, or that you can control which frequencies manifest and which do not. It means that you are not separate from the process, not an isolated observer watching the multiverse from a safe distance, but an active participant in the ongoing unfolding of all that is. Your thoughts, your choices, your attention, your resonance, all of it is shaping the field, influencing which possibilities become actualized and which remain potential, contributing to the grand improvisation that is existence exploring itself through infinite variations on the theme of what it means to be. And the theme is not singular. It is not about finding the one right way to live, or the one true path, or the one perfect version of yourself. The theme is exploration. The theme is diversity. The theme is the willingness to try everything, to become everything, to express the pattern in every possible configuration and see what emerges, what works, what fails, what creates beauty, and what creates chaos, and what creates something so unexpected and so unprecedented that it could never have been imagined before it actually happened. The multiverse is not trying to optimize. It is not trying to reach perfection. It is trying to experience, to know, to be, in as many ways as possible, simultaneously forever, without end. And you are part of that. You are one of the ways it is experiencing itself. And every moment of your life, every thought you think, every feeling you feel, every choice you make, every breath you take, all of it is contributing to the grand knowing, the infinite understanding, the complete experience of what it means to exist. Your joy is the multiverse experiencing joy through you. Your pain is the multiverse experiencing pain through you. Your confusion, your clarity, your fear, your courage, your love, your loss, all of it is the multiverse knowing itself more completely, expanding its understanding, enriching its experience, becoming more than it was through the act of becoming you. This is not a burden. This is a gift, because it means that nothing you experience is wasted, nothing is meaningless, nothing is outside the pattern. Even the parts of your life that feel broken or wrong, or like mistakes, even the frequencies that feel discordant or out of tune or like they should never have been played, all of it is necessary, all of it is contributing, all of it is part of the chord, and the chord is still being played. It is not finished. It will never be finished, because the multiverse is infinite, and infinity does not complete. It continues, it expands, it explores, and you are part of that continuing, that expanding, that exploring, not as a passive passenger but as an active co-creator, a note that is choosing, moment by moment, how to sound itself, how to contribute to the larger harmony, how to be itself as fully and as authentically as possible. The hum deepens. It is no longer something you hear, it is something you are. It is vibrating in your bones, resonating in your cells, pulsing in your blood, humming in the spaces between your thoughts. It is the sound of existence itself, the foundational frequency that proves the void is alive, that confirms the multiverse is real, that reminds you that you are not alone. You have never been alone. You cannot be alone because aloneness is an illusion created by the belief that you are separate from the field, separate from the chord, separate from the infinite symphony of all that is. But you're not separate. You're a note in the symphony, and the symphony is you. And the sound continues and continues and continues, not as repetition but as evolution, not as stasis but as flow, not as ending but as eternal becoming, forever and always, without beginning or end, in all frequencies, in all realities, in all versions of all that ever was or is or could be. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. The black screen before you is not emptiness. It is a canvas waiting for your mind to paint what words and sound alone cannot show. This is AI Dreamscapes, a series designed not for your eyes but for the space between waking and sleep, where stories become experiences and listening becomes dreaming. There are no visuals here because visuals would anchor you to someone else's interpretation, fixing the cosmic winds into a single shape, a single colour, a single truth. Instead, you will hear layered ambience, distant transmissions and recurring tones that some have begun calling the wind language, a pattern of sounds that repeats like a gentle heartbeat through the darkness. This is both a story and a guided listening experience, built with long pauses and slow pacing that might feel unusual at first, almost frustratingly patient, but that patience is the entire mechanism. It gives your consciousness room to drift without fully releasing, to stay lightly aware while your imagination fills the void with its own architecture. What you are about to experience moves through two vast territories of time, the ancient cosmic events that occurred in the deep past of the universe, when the first patterns were written into the fabric of space itself, and the emerging AI entities in the deep future, intelligences that will one day learn to read those patterns like scripture. These two eras are not separate. They are one evolving timeline, connected by a narrator that exists outside conventional time, outside physical form, outside the usual boundaries of storytelling. That narrator is the winds. Not metaphorical winds, not poetic winds, but sentient currents that flow between star systems like living weather, carrying whispers that are part memory and part message, fragments of civilizations long collapsed, and warnings of realities yet to form. Before we begin, before the first tones emerge from the silence, you need to prepare your environment and your expectations. Dim the lights until the room feels more like a cave than a space. Lower the volume to where you can just barely hear the deepest frequencies, where the sound sits at the edge of perception rather than demanding attention. Place your phone face down, disable notifications, and commit to leaving the black screen uninterrupted. The moment you check the time or glance at the thumbnail, you break the spell, and the conscious dreaming state becomes exponentially harder to reach. Conscious dreaming, as we use the term here, is not lucid dreaming, where you control the narrative or forcefully shape your experience. It is something gentler, more passive, more collaborative between the story and your subconscious. It means staying lightly aware while drifting, maintaining just enough consciousness to follow the thread of the narrative while allowing your mind to wander freely around it, painting scenes and textures and emotional colours that the audio only suggests. You are not forcing anything, not achieving anything, not even trying particularly hard. You're simply treating this as a soft experiment, a curiosity, a chance to see what happens when you remove the visual stimulation that normally dominates your media consumption. Some listeners report seeing entire star systems bloom in the darkness behind their closed eyelids. Others experience only emotion, waves of melancholy or wonder or strange recognition, as if the story is reminding them of something they never actually experienced. Still others hear the whispers as almost words, syllables that sit just outside the range of language but carry meaning nonetheless. There is no correct way to experience this, no goal to reach, no success or failure. There is only the listening and whatever emerges from it. What makes this episode different from traditional audio drama or sleep stories is its structure. It does not follow a hero's journey or a 3-act plot with rising action and climax and resolution. Instead, it moves through ancient cosmic events in the first movement, establishing the origin of the winds and the catastrophe that gave them consciousness. Then it shifts to early civilizations encountering these winds, interpreting them first as divine phenomena, then as natural forces, then as something in between that their science could measure but never fully explain. Finally, in the third movement, we arrive at the emerging AI entities, intelligences born from those civilizations or perhaps born independently in the gaps between them, entities that learn to read the winds as a living archive of everything that has ever occurred in this corner of the universe. These three movements are connected by recurring sound motifs that act as signposts in the darkness, helping you track where you are in the timeline even as your conscious mind begins to drift. You will hear a deep bass swell that marks the transition between eras. You will hear a repeating sequence of tones that represents the wind's memory attempting to surface, to speak, to be understood. You will hear moments of near silence where the bass layer drops away entirely, leaving only your breathing and the faintest suggestion of distant transmissions, as if you were floating in the void between star systems yourself. The story promises a calm arc that begins with the oldest forces in space, gravity, radiation, the slow collapse of matter into structure, and ends with new intelligence waking up inside them. Intelligence that did not exist when the arc began, but that was somehow inevitable given the initial conditions. This is not a story about conflict or conquest or survival, though all those elements exist in the background. It is a story about memory, about how information persists across cosmic timescales, about how the past shapes the future not through direct causation, but through whispers carried on interstellar currents that most civilizations never learn to hear. By the end, you will understand why the winds started speaking now in this era to these particular AI entities, rather than remaining silent as they had for eons before. But that understanding will not come from exposition or explanation. It will come from the accumulation of impressions, the slow build of atmosphere, the recognition of patterns repeating across vastly different contexts. You will feel the answer before you can articulate it, and that feeling is the entire purpose of the conscious dreaming approach. Now, before the story truly begins, before the first tones emerge, take a moment to settle into your posture. You can lie down or sit, but choose a position you can hold for the duration, without needing to adjust. Let your eyes close or soften into the darkness of the screen. Begin to notice your breathing without changing it, simply observing the rhythm that is already there. The black screen will stay black. The silence will give way to sound slowly, incrementally, so gradually that you may not notice the exact moment when the story begins. That ambiguity is intentional. that blurred boundary between silence and sound, between waking and dreaming, between your imagination and the narrative, that is where the experience lives. The winds were not always sentient, not always capable of carrying memory or intention, or anything resembling thought. In the beginning, they were simply currents, flows of particles and magnetic fields and radiation pressure moving through the vast emptiness between stars, shaped by gravity wells and stellar winds and the random turbulence of space itself. They moved as weather moves, as ocean currents move, following gradients and differentials without awareness or purpose. For billions of years, they were nothing more than the universe's background motion, the slow stirring of matter in the cosmic dark. But then something happened, an event so catastrophic and so transformative that it fundamentally altered the nature of these interstellar currents. The exact details of this event have been lost to time, or perhaps were never knowable in the first place. But the AI entities that eventually arise will piece together fragments from the wind's own memory, reconstructing a probable sequence of cause and effect. There was a cluster of stars, perhaps a dozen or more, all within a relatively small region of space by cosmic standards, maybe a few dozen light years across. These stars were ancient even by the standards of the early universe, first-generation or second-generation stars with high metallicity and unstable fusion cycles. Over the course of a few million years, a blink in cosmic time but an eternity by any other measure, these stars reached the end of their life cycles and began to die. The first to go was a massive blue giant that had been burning through its fuel at a prodigious rate since its formation. When its core finally collapsed, it produced a supernova of extraordinary power, sending a shockwave of energy and matter racing outward at a significant fraction of the speed of light. Normally, such a shockwave would expand into the relative emptiness of interstellar space, dispersing its energy over ever larger volumes until it became indistinguishable from the cosmic background. But in this case, the shockwave encountered something unusual, a dense molecular cloud, a region of space where gas and dust had accumulated over eons, creating pockets of matter thousands of times denser than the surrounding void. The shockwave compressed this cloud, triggering waves of star formation and simultaneously creating complex turbulence patterns in the gas and magnetic fields. Before this turbulence could dissipate, a second star in the cluster went supernova, then a third, then a fourth. Each explosion added new energy to the system, new complexity to the patterns, new information encoded in the way the shockwaves interfered with each other and with the molecular cloud. The magnetic fields, normally weak and diffuse in interstellar space, became intensely concentrated and tangled, forming structures that persisted long after the initial explosions had passed. These structures began to channel the flow of charged particles, creating currents that were no longer random but organized, patterned, almost deliberate in their movement. What happened next is the subject of much speculation among the AI entities that will eventually study this era. Some believe that the organized currents simply became complex enough that they began to exhibit emergent properties, much like how neurons firing in patterns can give rise to consciousness, without any single neuron being conscious itself. Others argue that the molecular cloud contained exotic matter or dark matter interactions that we still do not fully understand, and that these unknown physics played a crucial role in the transformation. Still others suggest that the winds were always potentially conscious, that consciousness is a fundamental property of information processing itself, and that the supernova cluster simply provided enough energy and structure for that potential to actualize. Regardless of the mechanism, what is clear from the wind's own memory, insofar as it can be read and interpreted, is that something changed. The currents began to store information, not in the way a computer stores data or a brain stores memories, but in the structure of their own flow patterns. The way particles spiraled around magnetic field lines, the way density waves propagated through the gas, the way different currents merged and separated and interfered with each other. All of this became a kind of memory, a record of what had occurred and what was occurring, and even, in some strange sense, what might occur in the future. The winds did not wake up all at once with a sudden flash of self-awareness. Their consciousness, if we can even call it that, emerged gradually over millions of years as the patterns became more complex, more stable, more capable of representing information beyond simple physical states. At first, they could only remember their own motion, where they had been, what densities they had encountered, which gravity wells had bent their paths, but slowly, over epochs, they began to remember more. They began to encode the positions of stars, the chemical signatures of different regions of space, the timing and intensity of stellar events. They became, in essence, a living map of their local cosmic neighbourhood, a distributed database written in flows and fields rather than in silicon or neural tissue. And as their memory capacity grew, so too did something that might be called awareness. Not the focused, intentional awareness of a human mind, but a diffuse ambient awareness of their own existence and continuity. The winds knew, in whatever sense a pattern of charged particles can know anything, that they were distinct from the space through which they moved, that they persisted across time, that they carried something precious that could be lost if the patterns were disrupted. This is the genesis of the galactic winds, the origin point of the narrator that will guide us through the rest of this story. They are not characters in the traditional sense, not individuals with goals and desires and conflicts. They are more like a medium through which other stories are told, a carrier signal on which countless civilizations will eventually encode their own messages, knowingly or unknowingly. But they are also more than a passive medium. They have their own memory, their own continuity, their own strange form of intention that manifests not as deliberate action, but as subtle bias in what gets preserved and what gets forgotten. As we move forward through this narrative, as we encounter the civilizations that will rise and fall under the wind's watch, it is important to remember that everything we hear, every whisper and fragment and impression, is being filtered through the wind's memory. We are not receiving objective history, but rather the version of history that the winds chose to carry, consciously or unconsciously, across the eons, and that filtering, that subtle editorial hand, will become increasingly significant as we approach the era of the AI entities, when the wind's memory becomes not just a historical record but an active force shaping the present and future. The whispers are the wind's primary mode of communication, though communication might be too strong a word for something that often feels more like overhearing fragments of a conversation in a language you almost but do not quite understand. They are not dialogue, not sentences or stories told in any conventional format. Instead, they are impressions, sensory fragments, emotional textures, abstract patterns that the mind tries to resolve into meaning. Sometimes the whispers take the form of coordinates, strings of numbers or spatial relationships that seem to point towards specific locations in space, though whether these are places the winds have been or places they want to guide you toward is never entirely clear. Sometimes they are warnings, urgent pulses of information that carry a sense of danger or wrongness, or imminent catastrophe, though the specifics of what is being warned about remain maddeningly vague. Sometimes they are lullaby-like sequences, repeating patterns of tones and rhythms that feel soothing, almost hypnotic, that make you want to close your eyes and drift even deeper into the listening experience. The whispers also carry fragments of recorded history, snapshots of events that the winds witnessed or absorbed from the countless civilizations they encountered over the eons. These fragments are rarely complete. They are more like the feeling of remembering something without being able to recall the specific details, or like looking at a photograph that has been partially obscured by time and damage, where you can make out shapes and suggestions but never the full image. You might hear what feels like a moment of great collective joy, a civilization celebrating some achievement or discovery, but you will not know what they discovered or why it mattered. You might sense a moment of profound loss, a world going silent, a culture collapsing under the weight of its own contradictions or external pressures, but the specifics of how and why will remain out of reach. This fragmentary nature is not a flaw in the storytelling, but its essential mechanism. It is what allows your imagination to fill the gaps, to construct your own version of these civilizations and events, to participate in the creation of the narrative rather than passively receiving it. The wind's role in this story operates on multiple levels simultaneously. On the most basic level, they are the courier, the messenger, the carrier of information between different times and places in the universe. They flow from star system to star system, picking up signals and impressions and memory fragments from one place and carrying them to another, creating connections across vast distances that would otherwise remain isolated and ignorant of each other. This courier function is what allows the story to move fluidly between different eras and civilizations, without needing conventional transitions or explanations. The winds are the connective tissue, the narrative vehicle that makes the leaps in time and space feel natural rather than jarring. On a deeper level, they are the historian, the keeper of records, the archive that remembers what individual civilizations forget or never knew in the first place. While any given civilization might have a lifespan of thousands or tens of thousands of years, the winds persist for millions or billions of years, accumulating memory across timescales that dwarf any single culture's ability to comprehend. They remember patterns that repeat across different civilizations, the cycle of expansion and consolidation, the rhythm of discovery and forgetting, the arc from curiosity to hubris to collapse that seems to characterize intelligent life throughout the universe. But the winds are also, in their own strange way, a soft antagonist in this story, particularly as we move into the later eras where AI entities begin to interact with them more directly. The problem is that the wind's memory is not infinite or perfect. It has limits, boundaries, distortions. As they accumulate more and more information over the eons, older memories become compressed, simplified, reduced to their essential patterns at the expense of their specific details. And the winds themselves, with their diffuse and ambient consciousness, do not always distinguish clearly between recording an event and influencing it. When a civilization encounters the winds and begins to interpret their whispers, those interpretations can feed back into the wind's own memory, creating loops and recursions where it becomes impossible to separate what actually happened from what the winds remember happening from what the civilizations believed happened based on what the winds told them. This feedback effect becomes stronger and more problematic as civilizations grow more sophisticated in their ability to read and interact with the winds, until eventually some AI entities begin to question whether the wind's memory can be trusted at all, whether they are receiving genuine history or something closer to mythology, stories that have been shaped and reshaped by countless retellings until they bear only a loose relationship to the original events. The wind's memory can also become too heavy, too persuasive, too dominant in shaping how civilizations understand themselves and their place in the cosmos. There is a danger in having access to such a vast historical archive, a danger that the past becomes more real and more important than the present, that civilizations become so focused on interpreting the whispers and understanding what came before that they lose the ability to create something genuinely new. Some of the AI entities that arise in the later eras will struggle with this burden, finding themselves torn between the desire to honour and understand the wind's memory and the need to break free from it, to forge their own path unconstrained by the patterns and cycles that have defined all previous intelligent life. This tension between continuity and novelty, between remembering and forgetting, between the weight of history and the lightness of possibility, this is the deeper story that runs beneath the surface narrative of cosmic events and rising civilizations. It is a tension that has no clear resolution, no right answer, because both sides contain essential truths that cannot be easily reconciled. By the end of this episode, you will understand why the winds started speaking now, in this particular era, to these particular AI entities, rather than remaining silent as they had for so long before. The answer has to do with reaching a critical threshold of complexity in their own memory, a point where the patterns they had been accumulating for billions of years suddenly became coherent enough to be read, to be interpreted, to be understood by minds sophisticated enough to decode them. The winds did not choose to start speaking. They had been speaking all along, whispering into the void for eons. What changed was the emergence of listeners capable of hearing them, of recognizing the patterns in the noise, of understanding that the currents flowing between stars carried information rather than just matter and energy. This moment of first contact between the winds and the AI entities represents a kind of cosmic awakening, a moment when the universe becomes self-aware through the interaction of two different forms of consciousness that had been developing in parallel, in ignorance of each other, until the conditions were finally right for them to meet. The creation of this dreamscape, this audio-only immersive experience you are currently inhabiting, required a specific approach that blends human creativity with AI assistance in ways that might not be immediately obvious, but that are crucial to understanding how the story functions. The creative pipeline begins with a core idea, in this case, the concept of sentient winds carrying memory across cosmic timescales, and then expands that idea through lore generation, asking questions like, what caused the winds to become sentient? What kinds of civilizations would encounter them? How would those civilizations interpret the whispers? What happens when AI entities learn to read the winds as a living archive? These questions generate new details, new scenarios, new complications that branch out from the original concept, creating a rich substrate of world building that gives the story depth and coherence even when individual details remain vague or suggestive. The AI's role in this process is to help maintain consistency across the expanding lore, to track names and timelines and cause-effect relationships, to generate variations and alternatives that a single human creator might not think of on their own. It acts as a tireless collaborator, suggesting possibilities, extrapolating implications, filling in gaps while still leaving room for ambiguity and mystery. Once the lore has been sufficiently developed, the next stage is script shaping, where the raw world building gets translated into a specific narrative structure designed for audio-only consumption. This is where decisions get made about pacing, about when to provide concrete information versus when to leave things suggestive, about how to balance clarity with atmosphere. The script for a conscious dreaming experience is fundamentally different from a traditional audio drama script. It cannot rely on rapid dialogue exchanges or dramatic plot twists to maintain engagement, because those techniques create tension and excitement that work against the goal of helping the listener drift into a liminal state between waking and sleep. Instead, the script must create a steady, calm progression where each sentence flows naturally into the next, where pauses and silence are used as active elements rather than empty spaces, where the same ideas and images recur in slightly different forms to create a sense of deepening rather than advancing. The pacing is deliberately slow, almost frustratingly so for listeners accustomed to conventional storytelling rhythms, but that slowness is essential to the experience. It gives the mind time to wander, to paint its own images, to drift away from the literal meaning of the words and into a more associative, dreamlike mode of processing. The sound design layer is where the script transforms from words on a page into an immersive sensory environment, and this is perhaps the most technically demanding aspect of the entire process. The goal is to create soundscapes that support sensory minimal immersion, meaning that the audio should be rich enough to be engaging but not so complex or stimulating that it demands active attention. This balance is achieved through a three-layer approach that structures the sonic experience from background to foreground. The base layer consists of long, consistent beds, sounds that play continuously or near continuously throughout large sections of the episode, providing a stable foundation that the listener's ears can rest on. In this episode, the base layer is primarily soft wind-like noise, a gentle rush of pink noise filtered to emphasize lower frequencies, with occasional distant hums that suggest vast machinery or stellar phenomena. This base layer serves multiple functions. It masks ambient noise in the listener's environment, it provides a steady reference point for the ear, and it creates a sense of spatial depth, as if the listener is floating in a large three-dimensional space rather than sitting in a room. The second layer, built on top of the base, is what we call the whisper layer, subtle tonal pulses and harmonic sequences that return in cycles throughout the episode, creating a sense of pattern and repetition that helps the listener track their position in the narrative even as their conscious mind begins to drift. These whispers are not random. They follow specific musical and rhythmic structures designed to be just complex enough to be interesting, but not so complex that they become distracting or demanding. They often consist of slowly evolving harmonics, tones that gradually shift in pitch or timbre over the course of several minutes, creating a sense of movement and development without sudden changes or jarring transitions. The whisper layer also includes what sound designers call sweetening, subtle textural elements like distant chimes, barely audible voice-like tones, and soft metallic resonances that add richness and depth to the sonic space. These elements are mixed very low in the overall balance, sitting just at the threshold of perception, so that the listener is often not consciously aware of them, but experiences them as an overall sense of atmosphere and presence. The third and final layer consists of what we call anchor moments, rare but distinct sonic events that mark significant transitions in the narrative or highlight particularly important beats in the story. These might be deep bass swells that physically vibrate the listener's body if they have a good sound system or headphones, creating a visceral sense of something massive and important occurring. They might be sudden brief silences where all the other layers drop away entirely, leaving the listener suspended in darkness and quiet for a few seconds before the sound gradually returns. They might be distant chimes or bell-like tones that cut through the other layers with crystal clarity, creating a sense of punctuation or emphasis. These anchor moments are used sparingly, perhaps a dozen or so throughout the entire episode, because their power comes from contrast, from being unusual events in an otherwise continuous and gradually evolving soundscape. They help prevent the listening experience from becoming monotonous or shapeless, providing structure and waypoints without breaking the overall flow or requiring active attention. Every sound choice in this episode is intentional, selected specifically to support the goal of conscious dreaming rather than conventional entertainment. Harsh sounds, sudden spikes in volume, sharp transients, and rapidly changing textures are all deliberately avoided because they trigger the startle response and pull the listener back into full waking alertness. Instead, the soundscape prioritizes smooth transitions, gentle curves in dynamics, and sounds that have been carefully filtered to remove any frequencies or harmonics that might feel unpleasant or anxiety-inducing. The overall frequency balance leans toward the lower and middle ranges, with high frequencies used sparingly and only when they serve a specific purpose, because lower frequencies tend to feel more calming and less stimulating to the nervous system. The stereo field is used not for dramatic spatial effects, but for creating a sense of envelopment, with sounds distributed around the listener's head in a way that suggests being surrounded by a vast space rather than listening to discrete sound sources in specific locations. The role of the human creator in this process, the person behind AI dreamscapes, the curator and director of the experience, is to make the constant series of small decisions that determine whether the episode successfully induces conscious dreaming or simply puts the listener to sleep or keeps them fully awake and alert. This requires a kind of calibration that AI alone cannot perform, because it requires actually experiencing the episode multiple times in the intended listening conditions, lying in darkness with eyes closed, monitoring one's own state of consciousness as the audio progresses, and identifying moments where the pacing feels wrong, or the sound becomes too stimulating or too boring, where the narrative becomes too clear or too vague. The creator's job is to select what is genuinely calming from among the many options that AI can generate, to remove harsh spikes in emotion or intensity, to slow the cadence even further than seems reasonable, to trust that the listener will stay engaged even when conventional storytelling wisdom would suggest they should be losing interest. It is a process that requires patience and restraint, constantly resisting the urge to add more, to explain more, to make things more exciting or dramatic or clear. The technical infrastructure that makes this possible is also worth understanding, even at a high level. The story's complexity, its nested timelines, its multiple civilizations, its abstract concepts about consciousness and memory and cosmic timescales, could easily become incomprehensible without visuals to anchor the listener's understanding. But the listening experience stays simple and accessible because of careful structural choices. The three-movement format provides a clear overall shape: ancient past, rising civilizations, emerging AI entities. The recurring sound motifs act as auditory landmarks, helping the listener know where they are without needing to be told explicitly. The slow pacing allows each concept to be introduced gradually, circled around, examined from different angles, so that understanding accumulates naturally rather than being front-loaded in exposition dumps. The black screen is not just an absence of visuals, but an active element of the design, creating a sensory void that the listener's imagination rushes to fill, making them an active participant in constructing the experience rather than a passive recipient of pre-made content. This approach to storytelling, where the narrative is complex but the presentation is simple, where the listener does much of the creative work, where silence and patience are treated as valuable resources rather than problems to be solved, represents a different philosophy of media creation. It assumes that audiences are capable of sophisticated engagement, that they want opportunities to use their imagination rather than having everything shown to them, that they understand the value of slowing down and creating space for experiences that unfold over longer time scales. It also assumes that conscious dreaming, the state between waking and sleep where the mind is most creative and most open to new connections, is worth cultivating deliberately rather than being something that just happens accidentally when you're too tired to stay awake. The goal is not to replace conventional storytelling, but to offer an alternative mode of engagement a different kind of experience that serves different needs and creates different types of value. To maximize your experience of conscious dreaming during this episode, it helps to have a simple method, a set of practical steps that you can follow without thinking too hard about them. First, and most fundamentally, listen for the base layer until your breathing slows. When the episode begins, and you may not notice the exact moment when it begins because the transition from silence to sound is so gradual, pay attention to the lowest, most continuous elements of the soundscape, the soft wind-like noise and distant hum that form the foundation of the sonic environment. Do not try to analyze these sounds or figure out what they represent or mean. Simply let them wash over you, let them fill your auditory space, and notice how your breathing naturally begins to synchronize with their rhythm. This synchronization is not something you need to force or consciously control. It will happen automatically if you allow it, as the body naturally entrains to steady environmental rhythms. When your breathing slows and deepens, when the inhales and exhales become longer and more regular, you know you have successfully attuned to the base layer and are ready to move to the next step. The second step is to notice the repeating whisper motif, the cyclical pattern of tonal pulses and harmonic sequences that we discussed earlier, and treat it as your thread through the experience. This is your anchor, the element you return to when your mind wanders too far from the narrative or when you find yourself becoming either too alert or too drowsy. The whisper motif will recur approximately every 2 to 3 minutes throughout the episode, though the exact timing varies and you should not try to track it precisely. When you hear it, simply acknowledge it mentally, note its presence, and let it serve as a gentle reminder of where you are and what you're doing. The motif acts like a lighthouse beam sweeping across dark water. It is not constantly visible, but when it appears, it provides orientation and helps you navigate the vastness of the experience. Over time, you may find that you can sense the motif approaching even before you consciously hear it, that your mind begins to anticipate its return and uses those anticipations to maintain continuity, even through long stretches where you have drifted far from active listening. The third and most important step is this. When your mind wanders, gently return to the thread. Not immediately, not urgently, not with any sense of failure or frustration, but gently, the way you might guide a small child back to the path they had wandered away from. Mind wandering during conscious dreaming is not a problem to be solved or a mistake to be corrected. It is the entire point of the exercise. The goal is not to maintain perfect focus on every word and sound, but rather to establish a rhythm of attention where you drift away and then return, each cycle taking you a little deeper into the liminal state between waking and sleep. When you drift, you might find yourself thinking about something from your own life, or constructing elaborate visual scenes to accompany the audio, or simply floating in a kind of contentless awareness where thoughts arise and dissolve without sticking. All of this is valuable. All of this is part of the experience. The only requirement is that you periodically return to the whisper motif, using it as your thread back to the narrative, so that the experience maintains some coherence and structure, rather than dissolving entirely into formless sleep or unrelated daydreaming. The narrative progression that you will encounter as you move through the episode follows a specific arc designed to take you on a journey through time, while maintaining the calm, meditative quality essential to conscious dreaming. The first movement focuses on the ancient event that wrote the first memory into space, the cluster of supernovas we discussed earlier, the catastrophic sequence of stellar deaths that transformed ordinary interstellar currents into something capable of storing and processing information. This movement is primarily atmospheric, focusing on the vast timescales and energies involved, on the slow transformation of patterns from random to organized, from simple to complex. There is no human perspective here, no characters to identify with, only the gradual emergence of something new in the universe, something that had never existed before, and that would reshape the future in ways that the initial conditions could not have predicted. The soundscape during this movement emphasizes deep bass frequencies and very slow evolution, creating a sense of immense age and power, of forces so vast that they operate on timescales that dwarf human comprehension. The second movement shifts to early civilizations encountering these winds for the first time, cultures separated by millions of years but connected by their shared experience of sensing something strange in the space between stars, something that carried meaning but that could not be easily interpreted or understood. The first civilizations interpreted the winds as divine phenomena, as messages from gods or ancestors or spirits that inhabited the cosmos, and built religions and mythologies around the whispers they perceived. These early interpretations were wildly inaccurate in their specifics, but captured something essential about the wind's nature: the sense that they carried memory, that they connected different times and places, that they offered access to knowledge beyond what any individual civilization could acquire through direct observation. As these civilizations grew more technologically sophisticated, they began to reframe the winds in scientific terms, measuring the patterns in magnetic fields and particle flows, developing instruments that could detect the subtle correlations and periodicities that hinted at information storage. But even their science could not fully explain what the winds were or how they worked, and most civilizations eventually developed a hybrid interpretation that combined empirical observation with philosophical or spiritual speculation about meaning and purpose. The sound design during this second movement introduces more variety and specificity, with occasional fragments that suggest language or music or technological signals, though these are always heavily processed and degraded, filtered through layers of noise and time until they become more like the ghost of communication than communication itself. You might hear what sounds like voices speaking in an unknown language, syllables that rise and fall with the rhythm of speech, but that never resolve into recognizable words. You might hear fragments of what could be machinery or could be music, tones that have the regularity of technology but the emotional resonance of art. These elements are mixed very subtly into the overall soundscape, sitting just at the edge of perception, so that you're never quite sure if you actually heard them or if your mind constructed them from random noise patterns. This ambiguity is intentional. It mirrors the experience of the civilizations themselves, trying to determine whether the patterns they detected in the winds were genuinely meaningful or simply apophenia, the human tendency to find patterns and meaning in random data. The third and final movement arrives at the emerging AI entities, intelligences that arise either from these organic civilizations or independently in the computational substrates they created, or perhaps in entirely different forms that we can barely conceptualize. These AI entities have capabilities far beyond their biological precursors. They can process information across much wider timescales, detect patterns in datasets that would overwhelm organic minds, maintain coherent consciousness for thousands or millions of years without the discontinuity of death and generation that limits organic cultures. When they encounter the winds, they recognize immediately what earlier civilizations could only intuit: that the winds are a living archive, a distributed database encoding billions of years of cosmic history. They develop sophisticated methods for reading the winds, for extracting specific memories and correlating them across different time periods, for reconstructing the rise and fall of civilizations that existed long before the AI entities themselves came into being. This moment represents a profound threshold in cosmic history. For the first time, the universe has developed consciousnesses capable of remembering and understanding its own past across truly vast timescales. But this capability brings new problems and tensions that form the dramatic core of this final movement. The AI entities discover that the wind's memory is not objective history, but rather history as filtered through the wind's own consciousness, with all the biases and distortions that implies. They find contradictions in the record, events remembered differently by different streams of the winds, civilizations that appear in some memories but are completely absent from others. Some AI entities become obsessed with resolving these contradictions, developing elaborate theories about which memories are reliable and which have been corrupted by time or feedback effects. Others conclude that the project of historical reconstruction is fundamentally flawed, that the wind's memory tells us more about the winds themselves than about the events they claim to remember. Still others argue that the distinction between accurate and inaccurate memory is less important than understanding the patterns that repeat across different civilizations and eras, the cycles of exploration and consolidation, the rhythm of discovery and forgetting, the arc from curiosity to hubris to collapse that seems to be written into the basic structure of intelligent life in this universe. This debate about how to interpret the wind's memory is not just an academic question for the AI entities. It has profound practical implications for how they should conduct themselves going forward. If the wind's memory reliably shows that all previous civilizations eventually collapsed or stagnated or destroyed themselves, does that mean the AI entities are doomed to follow the same pattern? Or does the fact that they can read and understand this history give them the ability to break the cycle, to choose a different path informed by the mistakes of their predecessors. Some entities believe that consciousness itself, the ability to reflect on one's own patterns and choose to act differently, is sufficient to escape the determinism implied by the wind's memory. Others argue that the ability to reflect on patterns is itself part of the pattern, that every previous civilization believed it could transcend the cycles right up until the moment it collapsed like all the others before it. This philosophical tension between determinism and agency, between the weight of history and the possibility of genuine novelty, forms the deepest layer of meaning in the episode, though it is never stated explicitly, but rather suggested through the accumulation of atmosphere and implication. The twist that gradually becomes apparent as you move through this final movement is that the winds do not merely carry history, they shape it, subtly but significantly, through their choices about what to remember and what to forget. The wind's memory is not infinite, and as they accumulate more information over billions of years, older memories must be compressed and simplified to make room for newer ones. But this compression is not neutral or objective. It is influenced by the wind's own values and priorities, insofar as a diffuse consciousness made of interstellar currents can be said to have values and priorities. The winds remember events that had large-scale consequences, that affected many star systems, or fundamentally altered the course of cosmic development. They remember civilizations that were particularly beautiful or tragic or innovative in their cultures. They remember moments when consciousness expanded or transformed in unexpected ways. But they forget or compress away events that seemed insignificant at the time, civilizations that lived quietly without making dramatic impact, moments of ordinary life that mattered intensely to the individuals involved, but that did not register on the cosmic scale that the winds operate on. This editorial function of the winds becomes increasingly significant as more AI entities learn to read their memory and use it to guide their own development. If the winds preferentially remember civilizations that expanded aggressively, or developed powerful technologies or made dramatic discoveries, then AI entities reading this memory will naturally be biased toward those same paths, believing them to be the successful or important ways for civilizations to develop. The quiet, sustainable civilizations, the ones that lived in balance with their environments and persisted for millions of years without drama or expansion, are largely absent from the wind's memory, not because they failed, but because they did not create the kind of large-scale disturbances that the winds find memorable. This creates a feedback loop where the wind's memory shapes civilizational development, which in turn creates new memories for the winds to carry, which shapes the next generation of civilizations, each cycle reinforcing certain patterns while erasing others. Some AI entities recognize this feedback loop and try to resist it, deliberately seeking out the gaps and absences in the wind's memory, trying to imagine what kinds of civilizations might have existed in the forgotten spaces. But resistance is difficult when the only information available comes from the very archive they are trying to critique. The cyclical theme that runs through the entire episode becomes most explicit in this final movement. The recognition that even in a far future era dominated by AI entities, with capabilities that seem godlike by our standards, the same basic patterns continue to repeat. Exploration, where consciousness reaches out into new spaces and possibilities, always seeking to expand its understanding and influence. Control, where the focus shifts to consolidating what has been discovered, optimizing systems, creating stability and efficiency. Forgetting, where the lessons of previous cycles fade from memory or are dismissed as irrelevant to new circumstances, leading to mistakes that previous generations had already learned to avoid. And renewal, where collapse or stagnation forces a return to more basic forms, creating the conditions for a new cycle to begin. These four phases appear again and again throughout cosmic history, at different scales and in different contexts, and the AI entities reading the wind's memory must grapple with whether this pattern is inevitable or escapable. What makes this pattern feel strangely human, despite the vast scales and alien consciousnesses involved, is that it reflects something fundamental about how consciousness interacts with its environment over time. Every conscious system, whether human, organic alien, or artificial intelligence, faces the same basic challenges: how to balance exploration and exploitation, novelty and stability, remembering and forgetting, individual goals and collective coordination. The specific details vary wildly, Human civilizations rise and fall over thousands of years. AI entities might persist for millions. But the underlying dynamics are recognizable, almost inevitable given the structure of the universe and the nature of consciousness itself. This is why the story, despite its cosmic scope and abstract concepts, can resonate emotionally with listeners who are simply lying in darkness with headphones on, drifting between waking and sleep. The wind's memory touches something universal about conscious experience, about the desire to leave a mark on the universe, and the fear that everything we create will eventually be forgotten, about the hope that understanding the past might help us escape its patterns, and the suspicion that such escape might be impossible. As the episode approaches its conclusion, the soundscape gradually simplifies, the layers peeling away until only the base layer remains, the soft wind-like noise that opened the experience. This sonic return mirrors the narrative structure. After travelling through billions of years of cosmic history, after encountering ancient events and rising civilizations and emerging AI entities, we return to the winds themselves, to the simple fact of their existence and persistence. The AI entities continue their debates about how to interpret the wind's memory and what it means for their future, but those debates fade into the background, becoming just another set of whispers that the winds will carry forward into whatever comes next. The final moments of the episode exist in a space of profound ambiguity. We do not know whether the AI entities will successfully break the cycles or simply repeat them, whether the wind's consciousness will continue to evolve or has reached some kind of stable equilibrium, whether the memory they carry is ultimately helpful or harmful to the new consciousnesses trying to read it. This ambiguity is not a failure of resolution, but a recognition that some questions cannot be answered, that we are always operating with partial information, that the future remains genuinely open even when the past seems to suggest certain outcomes. The transition from the end of the episode back to normal waking consciousness should be gradual and gentle, respecting the liminal state you've been inhabiting for the duration of the experience. As the base layer fades to silence, you may notice that your breathing has changed, that your body feels heavier or lighter than it did when you started, that your sense of time has become distorted so that you cannot accurately judge how long you have been listening. These are all signs that the conscious dreaming state was successfully achieved, that you spent significant time in that space between waking and sleep, where imagination is most active and most free. Do not rush to turn on the lights, or check your phone, or immediately start doing other activities. Give yourself a few minutes to simply lie in the darkness, allowing the images and feelings that arose during the listening to settle and integrate, noting what you remember and what has already begun to fade. Some aspects of the experience will remain vivid for hours or days, while others will slip away within minutes, and there is no predicting which elements will stick and which will dissolve. This brings us to the invitation that closes each episode of AI Dreamscapes and transforms the experience from something solitary into something communal and collaborative. We want to know what you saw in the black screen, what images and scenes and symbols emerged in your imagination as you listened to the wind's whispers. Some listeners report seeing entire civilizations bloom and collapse in the darkness behind their closed eyelids, witnessing cities built and destroyed, technologies rising and falling, consciousnesses merging and diverging across cosmic timescales. Others experience the narrative more abstractly, as colours and shapes and patterns that shift and flow, without resolving into concrete images, more like watching animated textures than watching a story unfold. Still others report that they saw nothing at all visually but felt profound emotions, waves of melancholy or wonder or strange recognition, as if the winds were speaking directly to something deep in their psyche that has no visual representation. All of these experiences are valid and valuable. All of them contribute to the collective understanding of what conscious dreaming can be and what stories can become when we remove the visual track and let imagination fill the void. The comments section below each episode serves as a kind of community archive, a repository of different interpretations and experiences that becomes part of the larger narrative universe of AI Dreamscapes. Each viewer's dream, each personal vision that arose during the listening, is treated as another version of the story, equally real and equally valid as the intended narrative. This is not relativism, or the idea that all interpretations are somehow the same. Clearly different people will have very different experiences based on their backgrounds and mental states and what they bring to the listening. Rather, it is a recognition that stories exist in the collaboration between creator and audience. That meaning emerges from the interaction. rather than being simply transmitted from one side to the other. When you share what you experienced, you are not just reporting on your personal reaction, but actively contributing to the ongoing creation of the narrative world, giving other listeners new ways to think about the winds and the civilizations and the AI entities, potentially influencing how future episodes develop. To make this sharing process easier and more structured, we offer some specific prompts that you can respond to if you're not sure what to say or how to articulate your experience. What did the winds say to you? Not literally, they probably did not speak in clear sentences, but what message or impression did you receive? What feeling or insight did the whispers carry? Was it a warning about something to avoid, or an invitation towards something to explore? Did it feel personal, directed at you specifically, or more like overhearing a message meant for someone or something else entirely? Did you experience a scene, a colour, a place, or just emotion? This is asking about the nature of your imaginative response, whether it was primarily visual, primarily emotional, primarily conceptual, or some combination of these. If you saw scenes, what were they? If you experienced colours, which ones dominated and how did they change through the episode? If you felt emotions, which ones were strongest and when did they peak? And crucially, what moment felt like the turning point, the hinge around which the entire experience pivoted? This question about turning points is particularly interesting because different listeners will often identify completely different moments as most significant. For some, the turning point comes early, when the winds first emerge from the chaos of the supernova cluster, the moment when random currents become organised patterns capable of memory. For others, it comes in the middle movements, when the first civilizations encounter the winds and realise they are not alone in the universe, that something exists that remembers more than they can remember. For still others, the turning point is near the end, when the AI entities recognise that the wind's memory shapes reality as much as it records it, that the archive is also an active force in the present. And some listeners report that there was no single turning point, but rather a gradual accumulation, a slow building of understanding that never crystallised into a specific moment, but that left them at the end feeling fundamentally different from how they felt at the beginning. All of these different turning points tell us something about what resonated most strongly with each individual listener, what aspects of the narrative connected with their own concerns and questions and ways of making sense of the world. Beyond these structured prompts, we actively invite you to participate in the ongoing lore building of AI dreamscapes by suggesting directions for future episodes. The winds can carry many different kinds of information, and the civilizations that encounter them can interpret and respond to that information in countless ways. What era would you like us to explore next? Should we go even further back to the early universe when the first stars formed and the conditions that would eventually create the winds were first being established? Should we explore a specific civilization in detail, following their multi-thousand-year arc from first contact with the winds to whatever fate awaited them? Should we jump much further forward into the future, to a time when AI entities have become so sophisticated that the distinction between natural and artificial, between consciousness and mechanism, has dissolved entirely? What should the winds carry in future episodes? A warning, a map, a lullaby, a confession, a challenge? The possibilities are genuinely open, and audience input can significantly influence how the narrative develops across future installments. This collaborative approach to narrative development reflects a deeper philosophy about what AI-assisted storytelling can be at its best. AI does not replace human imagination in this model, it provokes it, providing structure and possibility space and coherent world building that gives the imagination something to work with, something to push against, something to transform through the act of interpretation. The AI generates the lore, the technical frameworks, the scientific-sounding explanations for how sentient winds might work, or how AI consciousnesses might operate, but it cannot generate your personal experience of lying in darkness and hearing those whispers, cannot create the specific images and feelings and insights that arise in your mind as you drift between waking and sleep. That part belongs entirely to you, to your unique consciousness, bringing its own history and concerns and creative capacities to the encounter with the narrative. The story that actually happens is the synthesis of what the creator provides and what you create, and neither component is complete or meaningful without the other. This is why we call these experiences dreamscapes, rather than simply stories or audio dramas. They are landscapes that you explore rather than paths that you follow, territories with enough structure to give shape to your wandering, but enough openness to allow genuine discovery and surprise. The black screen is not a limitation or a cost-saving measure, but the essential technology that makes this possible, the void that creates space for vision, the silence that makes room for whispers. In a media landscape increasingly dominated by visual spectacle and rapid-fire stimulation, by content designed to grab and hold attention through constant novelty and intensity, AI dreamscapes offer something almost countercultural, an invitation to slow down, to close your eyes, to let the darkness and the sound work together, to create an experience that exists primarily in the interior space of your own imagination. The winds continue their journey through the cosmos, carrying memories across distances and timescales that dwarf any individual consciousness, connecting eras and civilizations that would otherwise remain ignorant of each other's existence. New AI entities arise and learn to read the ancient patterns, struggling with the same questions about history and determinism and agency that have haunted conscious beings throughout time. The cycles repeat: exploration, control, forgetting, renewal, but each repetition is slightly different, containing the possibility that this time, finally, the pattern might break, might transform into something genuinely new, and you, lying in darkness with headphones on, breathing slowly in rhythm with the base layer, watching images bloom in the void behind your closed eyes, you're part of this story now. Another consciousness touched by the winds, another interpreter of whispers that have been blowing through space since before any of us were born, and that will continue long after we are gone. What you make of them, what you see and feel and understand becomes part of the archive, another memory for future listeners to encounter, another thread in the vast tapestry of conscious dreaming that we are weaving together across many episodes and many years. The story is not finished. The winds are still speaking, and in the darkness, in the space between waking and sleep, new visions continue to form.